Seems so.
What are them things hanging above us?
Sconces. They're archaic, though.
Probably just
Blue
fire. Fire lights up at different colors depending on what you fuel it with.
Silver powder would be the most optimal one for blue flame.
Silver.
Really burning silver there.
I suppose you were well off.
Look
nobles.
ahead.
We did always like so. Oh, that's something. Oh, that's a lot of things.
Standing near the door knocks, you can feel a magical energy, if faint, still in these destroyed doors. A brief glance, and you know it's the alarm spell.
Wait a moment. These doors have the alarms cantrip on it.
Can get rid of it.
Depends how ingrained they are. A moment.
Step away from the door, Oaks.
Make sure I don't accidentally hit anything.
Nox, as you examine these ancient runes and these ancient magics, it has fallen in disarray. You think, however strong they used to be, they are no longer. You believe you can attempt to disarm them, but you know if you fail, it could alert everything inside.
It's not a certainty. They've weakened over time, sure, but I cannot give a proper guarantee. It's a great boon, but a great bane if failed. It would be appreciated.
Well, it'll go off either way if we go inside and without it going on.
It
or if
will
you
go
set it
off either way.
So.
So, I guess battle stations if the worst comes.
I will stand low.
You know, I thought a big hammer would be really helpful given that we're fighting things that should be at least a little fragile.
Let's get
And I
rid of this
forgot
then.
how I'm going to be carrying the big hammer the whole time.
When did you have time to even make that?
I've been working out on the side.
Of course you have.
I have a lot of things I'm working on the side.
We should work on your shoulder.
Nox, Stephanie, as you begin to work together to undo these ancient spells, or at least completely abandoned and just unmaintained, you begin reaching out with your magics, poking and prodding at the outside of the spell, seeing what can be taken away. And eventually and slowly, you make your way inward towards the core of the spell. Like diffusing a bomb, you pull away at these ley lines. For the briefest of moments, magic flares in the door, and you think it's about to go off. And with a 15+1, you immediately snuff the magic out, preventing the alarm from going off. The magic in the door fades. The alarm spell removed.
And thus we have
You sense no other magical traps in the area.
Seems to be the only one that was left standing.
We're good?
Good.
Yeah, we're good. Mountain, question.
I believe the judgment of
Is
the ley line sight thing, is that a spell is that a concentration spell, or is that just something I could keep up passively if I wanted to, or no?
It's an active spell you have to cast, and then keep concentration on.
I leave how this
Okay,
Fury
I'm not
goes
gonna
to the
cast it
ones
yet
who
then.
are in charge of this property on a technicality.
So we're gonna be sneaky
Follow you.
about this, or we're going in?
I don't believe Tony can be very sneaky, dear.
Oh yeah.
Do you want me to try to go invisible?
Burst.
If you want to try and get a flank on them, but there are 4 of them, so you're going to be on your own until we get to you.
Alright.
Maybe Steph can get the
That's a
one in
good
the back,
idea.
and then we can work our
I
way.
didn't say it was a good idea, it was an idea.
Throw
Yeah.
something, get their attention.
I think it's probably best if we just stick to formation. Tony, if you
Well,
want
you
to
should
leave.
probably tell the people who are about to
I
go
could throw my trident at the one in the back. It does have
Try to.
returning on it, so I could just call it back.
Well, you think you should do that after we all kind of.
You two should listen to what Taz has to say.
Okay.
We'll see.
I don't know how smart these things are, but they seem to be reacting to something that wouldn't listen to sounds. Or throw a bottle on the other side of the room, crashes loud enough, they all look that way, then we get the jump on them.
Go for it.
Certainly a shot.
Either way, we're going in.
Everyone
Better we
got
can get the jump
your
on them,
plan?
Alright, Tony, you go first. Stephanie and I follow
Actually,
behind.
those
You
Tony,
want to
you
the
got
back
better
with
on
Taz?
Right.
Give it a good toss.
That or
Probably just
That
back
actually-
wall, I assume.
what the? Okay, that way or that way? Because now it decides to want to do this.
Whichever side's got more of them, I assume. That way they move.
You will watch as the doll is pounced upon by a creature of flesh and fabric. Eviscerated in seconds, porcelain shatters. None of the other dolls react.
I believe those were one of the ones in the swamps.
Okay, so we're
Remember those
gonna
blades
keep
anywhere.
an eye out for those ones.
So I don't think we need to make any noise, so I don't think throwing the bottle is really gonna help. I would not throw it.
They don't seem to be reacting. We should be able to just go.
Do you think we can sneak about? If it's got the one in the front, we can probably just sneak out. Round,
Let me go
spread
ahead
and
first.
buns.
You see them
See what happens.
picking at pieces of the body, aimlessly moving pieces of rubble.
Right.
Might be in some
we'll
sort
have
of
Tony
diagnostic protocol.
Ball?
Go up front.
I'm
Me and
not
Ox
sure.
behind, as
They're
Ox
long
said.
arms, almost
And
like
then
a
you two
mantis.
in the back. Or you three in the
Stitched
back.
up.
Like the swamp?
Alright?
Let me
I
just-
just-
I'll be trying
you
to
move
think
so
of
that's
Go
things.
ahead, Tony.
I
Be
didn't see it though.
cautious, but try to move around them.
I'm in the
They
back
don't
with you
attack. I
too.
don't see a need to fight them.
Sounds good.
But be careful of the thing that attacked
Watch
one.
overhead.
I think maybe.
Just keep moving through.
You see it picking at ruined rubble, dust, body parts of whatever these dolls are made of.
Do we want to go right or straight? What direction? Did anyone see which way the thing went?
We went up
Guess
that
it went
rubble.
that way. Wanna take the right?
Right. We're going. It's y'all's call.
Let's head this way.
This is seeming very
going
familiar,
right.
actually.
That way.
My name?
We'll start
Sneak over
moving.
there behind.
Right. Tony will cover our front. I'll cover our right. Ox will cover our left. And then you three cover our flanks.
Mm-hmm.
This makes sense,
Having
actually.
on your plate,
Makes a lot of sense.
clicking against these stone halls echoes ominously.
We're connected to the door. At least some manner.
Have Ava be in between you two. She's kind of our only healer.
Hey.
I'll speak out loud so my thoughts
So
can
have
be
her
heard.
be center more so.
I encountered this quite literally yesterday on my own foray with constructs. These ones are more so on the standbys, because, well,
Right.
on a technicality, we belong here.
That
We do.
By that, we didn't trigger the alarm. It's a simple 1-0. We are intruders if we do not have access,
Watch out for
aka the
traps,
door's
hold on.
alarm goes off.
Oh shit.
However,
The structure of the castle creaks and groans. Ancient wood pillars, stone supports. This very place could come down at any moment.
Oh shit.
Not only caution, but care is needed.
You think we should try to prioritize our time staying under places with no roof?
Okay.
Mhm.
There's only so much earth magic I can do if this thing falls on us.
with that logic, the more put together ones,
Move
would leave
slow,
us
watch your step,
relatively
watch out for
alone.
traps.
However,
And yes,
Probably
Looking out-
why
looking out for traps.
they didn't
Better
recognize the more deformed one. It's probably because of their recognition and how they were made. Don't react to violence amongst their own.
I see a
don't
pure
hear.
eye.
You can see what looks like a small rectangular shape in the dark. It's
Don't
hard
listen
to
to him, Tony.
You think this is a desk?
I don't know.
Taz, come on. We can't split up.
Maybe a desk over there of some kind that might be useful in some way. There's a desk over there that looked interesting.
As you all stand in this room and look around a little more, you can see hidden in the shadows various crates, barrels, workstations, all aspects of the warehouse that are still barely pulled together.
This is worthy of our time, I think.
Is it?
Looks like
Well, this
there's
is one of the
straight
workshops.
ahead.
Notes. You want to learn what happened, I assume, right?
Okay. Ox, when we're walking through
I-
here, you'll look left, I'll look right. Just
You
There's
two
a
just stay
desk
here. We're
over
gonna look
there.
around a little bit, okay?
Understood.
Let's go.
look around. Alright, then we'll stay by the door.
Yes.
Be careful. Everything does not seem stable, so try not to mess around too much.
Okay, let's see.
Walking up to this workbench, the darkness is oppressive,
Like,
and these shadows don't dispel easy.
looks good on you.
But rummaging around, you find a couple of large scrolls, rolled up and dusty and delicate. But as you unravel them, you see what looks like a blueprint of the dolls that you've just encountered.
Blueprint.
Put
Oh,
in
in
the
there.
scroll holder. Come here for that. Keep them safe.
Okay. You wanna look around? It's real dark. My eyes are getting stuffy.
So I'm trying my best.
And animals.
This is some sort of oppression. It's not going away easily with light.
I'll have your back.
Rested.
We got a couple of adults walking up to the door.
Rummaging around, still rolling knocks. Looking upon this workstation, there's anything you do find crumbles to dust as soon as you pick it up.
You okay?
So, we're lucky with those scrolls. The rest are too damaged, withered.
He's busy. It's fine. I can wait.
We got what we needed, at least some blueprints.
Around to ask later.
Should be fine.
We don't know how long these will be stable for with the additional presences.
Oh, jeez.
What are you saying?
keep moving, please. This would seem.
Mountain. Look at these puppets. Are they just
Manual
puppets, or do I
repairs.
sense anything else there?
They're all damaged.
2-8. The magical energies holding these things together is very old and decayed. You're not really able to make heads or tails of it. Not for any lack of your own ability, but more so just from how rotten and decayed they are. Whatever they are now is more husks.
Is there a good kind of...
They're all in equivalent of self-diagnostics.
You can
They have no way to repair
definitely sense
themselves.
one
They're in an
thing,
unending
however.
loop.
Whatever magic animates them is separate from what powers
They're
them.
only hurting.
What
Can
are
I
we
try to
supposed to do
analyze
about
what
that?
that might be?
Well, you can try and give them an easy way out. Turn them off if
On
you
the
know how to.
16, you can certainly sense
I
whatever
couldn't
this
even tell you
is
how.
that powers them.
Ox,
It's tied to the ethereal plane. Your mind races for possibilities,
there's one over
but
there that's laying
all
down.
answers come back to one thing. Spirits.
You could try.
I think that our efforts are better spent
I
anywhere
curse
else.
my bleeding heart.
I'm looking at the one over there, dear.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you two.
Curse my bleeding heart.
If you know.
I'm gonna try and use minor levitation to lift you off the spike.
Puppets.
Nice and gentle on the ground.
Although what powers them seems spirits of, people.
Check it out more.
Meaning, technically, they're alive
You can see inside
in some really weird limbo sort of way.
through which it moves, as well as
Then how do you help somebody who's living in
They're like an easy
a construct?
anywhere.
you
Break
would
the
feel
binder.
core in
Destroy the
center
thing
is where
holding
all
them.
the power would be
And the
sourced
spirit
from.
will hopefully move on.
As far as you can tell, though, this thing
I could do
Can you
an
tell my brother before he
exorcism.
does something stupid?
pull as hard as a few frail ropes can pull.
This is a similar example to Shield, not a spirit specifically.
Ox.
There has to be some sort of binder,
anything,
some
this-
relay that intertwines within the material
Anything, it looked
that
in
is
better
capable of
condition than the
holding
others
such a
aside
thing.
from its
If it's not that, then it is an
obvious
entity
destruction.
or the controller that holds
Wasn't
it,
as aged.
using their mana source. It's either interior to the shell itself or...
Ava wanted me to let you know that these puppets obviously.
Well, that would be a good thing
person
to
that's doing this to them.
powering
Either that or
these
whatever
spirits.
is the shell.
Undead.
You can check one of them at least. With the blueprints.
You could probably do it with that one that they're looking at.
Thought I'd tell you to however you want to handle it. This is technically one of your family's places, so
Blueprints.
Well, that one has red
You look over this with me, Ox.
There's another.
It's a blueprint of one of them. You can try and figure out if it's something in the shell that holds them inside, or if it's something more of a person controlling instance. If it's one with the model itself, it's easy as just breaking the relay, and then it'll set them free that way.
okay.
Just don't know which one it is. It's been weathered.
I mean, usually anything that's important, we just kind of stuff into the core. So when it comes to breaking these things down, it's breaking the core.
One I can try and disconnect this one, see if it works.
Yet. I mean, they're not really hostile, but we don't
Sure.
know if that could change. Sure, the thing attacked one, but we don't know if that.
What are you attempting to do, Nox?
Attempting to remove the chassis plates, see the core, and using the blueprints, see if there's any reference to some sort of relay that is holding
There's
this
no need
thing.
to remove the chassis as it's already cracked and shattered open by obviously being caught in a collapse. The core is damaged and a lot of the internals are shattered, but referencing the blueprints you see, there's no sort of relay. There's no central command. Instead, it looks more primitive in design. Each one is given individual orders.
It's not a hierarchy, then there has to be something on the shell itself that's holding the energy together. Some sort of runic pattern or something laid in the core.
As you look at the shattered pieces of core, it's rolling. With a 15, though it's not your exact expertise, you are able to analyze and put together enough of the pieces to read some of the runic writing. Cross-referencing with the blueprints, it does seem that the core itself acts as the central hub of these things. It's almost like a warforged. A few more runes, a few more layers, and this thing might be sentient. Then again, it's got a spirit. Isn't it already classed as that? As far as you know, that's an ethical gray area. No one's really figured that part out. But these things get dangerously close to one side of the argument, that's for sure.
These two, it's just gonna fully disconnect the core from this one. Best.
Yes. See if I could sense if there's any spirits that are just lingering around. That
I don't know what your grandfather was up to, but these are more warforged than dolls.
With a 10, you can't.
You're
Course.
asking me, based on what I know, he was
but
experimenting a lot
definitely
more with the
feel
merging between organic and
the lingering
non
spirits in this place. There's
It's all in the core like you
magical
thought.
energy flitting about
It's
here and
actually
there.
reaches that moral
Matches the
gray zone
signature
that I
of the
was at.
spirits in these constructs. This place is
Spirit-like,
haunted.
but it's the runes make their own sentience as well, with a very damn well close to.
You can only imagine how many constructs used to be here for all these.
But consensus is
Phantoms.
break the core. We're free that way.
Break the core.
Right.
Or remove it.
Where? So
It's in the chest, as
there
usual.
are, spirits floating about as well. So you might hear voices, hear things slam or
If
be
they
knocked
allow you.
over.
You can probably just take it out if they let you.
Not to go too far is all
At least
I'm
one's
going to
asking for help.
advise. If
Okay.
like that,
This
for
place is
example.
absolutely
Hey, Tony, you want some
charged.
Good, Tony.
Should we swing off to the left? See what's going on in there?
What did you?
Probably.
I looked in the room briefly. It just looks like a just dead end. There's nothing but a room in there, unless you wanted to look what's in there.
I was gonna
Worth
see what's in there.
investigating.
See, maybe
Yeah.
a
Go
lot of
ahead, then.
tables.
Maybe a factory.
Looking inside, beds everywhere, shattered, discarded, rotted. Number of husks on the ground. Tools discarded everywhere.
Stub your toe on a brick.
It is dark.
It is dark in here, so
I mean, if you just look at the ground, it ain't too bad.
Well, on that note,
Over
is
here, I
this?
can't see a thing.
I think that's a bag.
Over by these cots, there's a concerning number of skeletons. Not in one piece, however, piecemeal. Some of them missing limbs, some of them missing torsos.
I think this is a
A few are missing their heads.
Nope. Okay, I went out of this room.
Tools that are scattered in the ground, they're not mechanical, they're surgical. Ava, as you walk back
No.
towards the entrance,
medical supplies.
your boots scuff
All
against
rotted.
something in a metallic.
Old Willie
And
A was
into
up to
light.
something.
One of the tools is cast in, and you see a rusty, decayed bone saw. Tools on the ground aren't mechanical, they're surgical.
Okay. I don't like it in here. Can we please move?
Mountain.
Yes.
Is there an affinity, or are spirits usually just soul?
Spirits are normally death affinity.
Death affinity. Okay, got you.
You're screwed.
Do you have life affinity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't cast it here. You will blow us up.
Okay.
I feel like
Maybe
there's
it is
mages that can argue about the fundamentals of polarity clashes, but now's not the time.
I'm just telling him simply, so he knows
Better
not to
safe than
cast
sorry.
life at least.
Yes, sometimes how can I help you? What do you need?
Just keep moving. Moving forward.
Oh my god.
The wee one down to the right.
I'm assuming that goes back to where we were. Or at least that pathway that branched off to the straight way.
Possibly, most likely. Watch above you as well, just in case something.
All of you
We're
can
up
hear
and trying to
heavy
jump
metallic footsteps on the other side of the rubble. You can hear orders being given.
Oh god, do you hear that?
One voice to the other is saying, "Continue patrol. Orders of Wilson still stand. Find intruders. Eliminate."
Okay, so he knows we're here.
I would say just in case have weapons out if you don't already.
You'd be an idiot not to have
Just
it
in
right
case.
now.
Going by that, I think we've been getting
Well,
closer to the inner complex of the all.
There.
We're having orders for more guard-likes. Inner complex
Should we
for
keep an eye on our
warehouse.
back then?
I think we should, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Let's get back into the how we were before. Tony in front, Ava in the middle, me and
Right.
Ox on the sides, and you two in the back watching over here. If that's okay with you two.
Mhm.
And then we'll move forward slowly. Make sure to watch above you as well.
Make sure to watch out for fallen rebels.
The one place you don't look.
Where did they come from? Up?
Behind the doors. Every single moment.
Are you okay?
You see inside of
Are you okay?
flesh.
I think just a bit frightened.
Right.
I think I'm fine.
Yeah, but those are the ones from the swamps.
Oh, God.
Dead inside.
I need to
At least
check.
these ones didn't have that
Mechanical bits.
double one.
ropes, police. This is an abomination of flesh, metal,
Great.
fabric.
Deep breath, deep breath, deep
Are you
breath.
okay?
Ava, you could. Ava, looking at the
Fine.
remains of the hook horror on the ground, the sack split open. You can see the inside. It's like the filling of a sausage. It's just ground meat connected without organs or bones to mechanical pulleys, metal frame, bound together by fabric. And inside a core. This one more advanced than the last.
Let's just show the car. This is inhumane.
As the core is shattered, the thing finally stops moving.
Susan, you mean?
Do I sense its spirit still here? Or is it gone? If
As
it had
soon as the
one?
core is shattered, you can feel the spirit release into the air. It does not vacate the area, but it is no longer powering.
I hate this. This is all too familiar.
Right.
So much so.
I'm so
We
glad
should
you're
move
all
more
right.
carefully now.
It's a bit in here.
Are you sure you don't go off to the left or right?
No.
I recall someone
Shall I
Red
write?
brought this up to me. No. Halifax, one of my peers. This reminded me of something very similar. It can't be the same, however, the topic. There are ways to hold souls, and with enough time and complexity, in a sense, overwrite them. It's a terrifying topic, I know. But on the advancement of the runes, it's not beyond the fact that someone can be changed without a formula to hold on to.
I really don't want to think about that, okay? So
Yes.
are we going to
Let's
We're
move.
here?
You all hear the mechanical whirring of parts, pistons, and steps. More advanced than what you were used to hearing. All these other ones were silent.
If we're going this way.
Kick to them.
It looks that ain't your hammer in it.
If we're going this way, I can at least get them out in the open first.
Let's move. Be ready.
Shitty.
Very well. Take it the manual way. That's a rifle.
It's moving over.
Yeah?
Gone. Gone.
Okay, we're behind the door.
Fucking works.
That is not a good combination. That is not a good combination.
Didn't have one.
Advances. The sword glances off the shoulder at the last second.
North, I need to get to the advanced
bullet
one.
pierces the creature. Its sack-like body pauses for a moment before it wrenches back together.
There we go. Right.
Crater.
Coming close. Going for the sword.
The water leaves dents in the armor, but it does not relent.
You will die here. Intruder alert.
Magic is being drained out of the Warforged, slowing its movements.
Slow down.
The water punctures many holes into the scarecrow, but it finally falls to pieces. What's the core? The mace comes in the back of the head, knocking it clean off. The creature does not relent. It still stands. Blood. As the knife comes into the back.
was on the other one.
A natural 20. Before the scythe can penetrate the back, the bolt of water comes in, and there's a metallic crack as it shatters.
Be careful near the walls.
Make sure you
More might drop down. Try to give me an opening to the chest if you can. You good? Get back if you need healing.
I can get you an
Go
opening.
back to your sister. She's over there.
Mechanical strength starts to push you back, Tony. With a 10, you dig your heels in and meet it. Stopping its advance, but you're not able to overpower it.
Can I go to throw my... Ooh.
There's your opening.
It runs. Back of the head. Rolling. With a 6, the bullet leaves a hole straight through the head of the Warforged. And yet it rises once more.
No, and then he's tackling it with metal magic to try and grab the core through the chassis.
Rolling. With a 10, just barely meeting a threshold, you are able to reach out and siphon magic, weakening it more. But before you can pull it out, it beats you away. It is weakened. I gotta throw my trident.
Just right for the chest. Just...
He'll be fine.
Core shattered. The Warforged finally powers down, but not before uttering one last time.
That's you.
Get your gun out of the way. You're in the way. Are you okay, Nux?
I think my helmet took most of that. Ah, it's dented.
Are you using Freedom?
She's using that cleansing magic that I was talking about earlier, and she is stitching it up.
Healing's up.
Understood.
Nearby, just in case more come.
As you embrace the wound and sand away this filth. It's like rubbing salt in a wound, it burns.
I'm hiding behind.
It's agonizing. And then every drag of the needle through your skin. The thread pulling you back together. With a 19, it will be
I
successful.
can see if I can sense anymore if you give me a second.
But God, you wish you had any kind of painkiller.
Wrap it.
92. I was gonna go to see if I could scan ley lines or magically or whatever for if there were any more hiding anywhere.
With a 19, as you look around, the area is clear. However,
It's multi-joint, not a
magic
ball joint.
further into the keep is abundant. It's moving around a lot
Wiring.
more agitatedly.
Start again.
As
There's runes on the
deeper
face.
we go in, the worse it's probably going
No,
to
this
get.
time.
But I doubt you
You
needed me to
also
say that.
Number 8.
You
Huh.
also notice, for all the death in this area,
That's where you went.
two affinities stand out. Life and disease magic.
That's somewhat
Not
intact.
attached to anything in particular, but more so ambient shedding. Telltale signs that something
What are you doing?
Taking something out.
or sealant
Okay.
is moving around.
I
Sure.
know this one. There's another one of these numbers that got to the forest. I think it was 9. No, this is 8.
Say this is eastward.
How many of these are there, you think?
Well, I'd like to think 9.
It's 9.
At least 9. This weird joint piece, I've never worked with this one. It's gonna help me in future notice.
Are you okay, love?
There's also runes. Runes on the face. Could be paint. Just ceremonial, but it could also be something runic. Either way,
scratch across his leather.
I've gotten all I
chest
could
to
from
get a roll
this.
for it, but
Something, someone,
I would have liked to look at the core, but it got shattered. Almost got it out, though.
maybe something else.
So I'll get from this one.
I've been here recently.
As you look at it as well, one thing you do notice, Nox, the machinery on this is more advanced than you've seen elsewhere.
if anything.
This is incredibly modern Warforged design.
Piece of bandage on it.
Additionally, instead of the normal
Ties it a little bit tight.
manufacturing of Warforged, which involve long processes, this all looks like it was put together at once.
What sort of
I'm
production
gonna go check on
line?
everybody else as well. Keep an eye on it.
They're still in
Are you
test.
alright, Steph?
I'm fine. Something moved through here recently. East.
How much of you could I take reasonably? Got something from the
Weirdly enough,
torso.
Despite all of the
Maybe a sample of the joint would also help.
Life.
These are the most sturdy, that's to hold up the
Sword.
entire
Purple.
weight.
I can't remember the other affinity for the life of me, but it was life for sure.
Definitely an interesting design. Let me get that for you.
Interesting.
Like the disease.
Just loosen the tension on the wrist and eventually the hands just gonna slack.
Got it. As long as it ain't fire, we're okay. Are you okay, Donnie?
If you want to hold on to this sword, then all I need is just.
Made out of.
Well, you can figure that out.
Did a calming spell, anybody? If you're over hyper at all? Scared?
I think I need to.
Then I'll just
sense
take
it
a
right
sample of this joint,
now. I'm scared.
because this is much more advanced and will definitely help my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I wonder what kind of metal this sword is, since it's purple.
Were.
That's usually not a
Alright.
design people make.
That'd probably be a good
Hmm.
idea.
Oh, have you
Formation
seen this
would
metal
probably
before?
be a good idea.
Or is it just normal steel that's been colored purple? Slash sword.
These are terrifyingly advanced.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Ox,
The biggest factor about it is the joints, and well, usually these are made painstakingly at a time. This is.
How close this
These are
is.
made by a method I don't even believe still are reasonable for manufacturing yet.
Every
I
part
don't
always
even want to
talks
know what my
of-
grandfather's making.
you
My God.
recognize
There's always talks of things called production lines.
How it works, how it functions.
What is that?
It's where everything can be done at once, where everything is so uniform and so perfect. Everything can go straight down a line, and parts are added and added in short amount of time. That is so experimental.
What?
It's complete automation using magic. Or mechanics, if you have the more. I don't know
And as a
where your people are. I don't know your background, where you're from. I don't know if you're more magically advanced or mechanically advanced. There's multiple ways this could go down. Automation via
Mechanically?
magic.
Definitely mechanically.
More than likely, it's a mechanical production line. Tweaked so perfectly, things can be placed and placed and placed and placed in such short order. It can make so many things in such a short time. That is not that common in Aether.
Oh,
Especially the joints.
Okay.
They're not ball joints. They're multiple layers. They can move right and left, up and down simultaneously. They're much more advanced.
hinged joints.
Hinged.
mountain.
They're hinge joints similar to like human joints. That's how we kind of did everything to be like your companion, your human companion. But you're not. They're not human. They're robots. Or synthetics, whatever we call them.
If I forgot it, I forgot it. It's
Different
no big deal.
labels.
Constructs.
Constructs would be the
Constructs.
easiest term.
You keep hitting me with your sword. I swear.
Baller.
Either way I took what seemed to be
In my hand.
the main.
Oh.
Wasn't the core, but something in their chest. It almost looked like. I don't know, it was constantly moving when it was moving around, so I have that in one of its joints. I'll work on that later.
Okay,
Taz
sure.
has one of its swords.
Fine.
If we are ready. I believe we should probably get moving.
I'm ready. I just
We don't
need
really have
those
a
two to
time
get
frame, do we? I don't think we're in any rush.
No, not necessarily, but we should probably just keep going though, because who knows? They were saying that they were going on patrol
Okay.
for us, so we should probably
They
keep
are,
moving.
yes.
I
As
know
a
this
note
might sound more
for
of,
everybody, I'm sure it doesn't need to be said, but the magic does get a bit antsier and stronger the deeper we go in, so expect worse as we go.
Oh, great.
That was the warm up.
You all stand out here and a cold wind blows. None of you prepared for this biting cold. It seeps into your bones. You all hear a creaking of stone behind you, and as you all look around, the large tower behind you is knocked over. Thankfully not towards you, but outside the walls collapses.
Maybe we should get a little move on before this place collapses on us.
And just for all of you,
let's
a little bit of semblance
Get back in
of
formation,
nice,
Tony.
nice little warmth to get us back
Hey,
inside.
we're back in.
Well, nobody else
Me
is.
and
So.
Ox, yeah, alright, we got it, good.
We're getting there.
You two watching our rears, awesome.
Making sure.
Heck is, oh.
Be careful.
Just warming you up.
Anything if you
Just
can.
warming you up, it's cold.
Yep.
Just walk in the center.
Don't search any crystals. Last time we did that. The crystals. Never mind. What happened? It's from my speak.
Okay.
Back to where we came from then?
That or climbing over the rubble.
I don't think that's a good
I
idea.
don't
We
think
can
we
just go
should.
around the other bend.
We should go around the long way.
This structure, I
I
think, is gonna
don't
fall
think
apart.
climbing that would be, yeah. This place is not stable enough for that. Get ready for more voices, because we are coming through here again.
Oh, God.
Fine, we did it once.
Yes, whatever. I do not care for the woman. Sure, so gonna say me.
Another similarity.
Great, so Grandpappy's a misogynist. At least we know that runs in the family.
Look at that.
Another one of his shining qualities, I guess.
This all comes full circle.
Walking back through the main
What's the problem with
hall.
misogyny? I hate women.
Ox.
What?
Walking back through this workshop, you notice in front of you a desk. Not a workbench, not a workspace, but a desk.
Where are you
Check
going?
this out.
Ox?
Oh, so
Alright.
you can check it out.
We're gonna stop by the door then. If you wanna go check with him, me and Tony can guard the door. Ava.
It's okay. I'll stay with you guys. Actually,
Okay.
Mox, if you want to go check out that, you can.
Both
In a
Might be
second,
good if they have
I'm-
a magical person.
I will
This is
check over
another
here
thing
then
I'm
with you
realizing.
two.
it's another thing I told you
papers on
about.
top.
Was
Most
that
of them
go to
crumble
Glass
in
City.
dust as soon as
I was
you
talking about my more recent constructs. It depends where you take the magic
Inside
from.
one of the drawers,
Usually,
there's
the
a
resting
rolled
place, as I
up
talked about, with the newer models.
rolled up
Remember?
scroll and a journal.
Where the magic comes
I
from,
think
it
so.
can drag away
Printed
with it.
design doc.
Seems this is one of those examples. Its magic is
You see
suffused
a
with the
version
dead
of a homunculus.
to such a
Not
degree.
small, but crafted.
Just
Made out of organic
so many thoughts are running through my mind right now.
Imbued with life and disease magic.
Well, you're getting a good showing, yeah.
Reading the design
to show at least some
document in the
respect.
journal,
I don't have to join it.
various experimentations and hypotheses, outlining a function seems more combat-based. That cutting off parts of its body, it continues to
I
fight.
know. I'm trying to make.
Again, looks like the core is the main weak point with this, but
Try not to lean
this
against the wall.
design, this doll, seemed to have a male and a female variant. A strange thing, codenamed Mariah. Billy.
Just, I guess this future reference. Try not to lean.
More
on anything.
documents?
God forbid you lean on a wall and the whole thing comes down.
Hey,
If you want, you can
Thank you.
store them in my scroll hoarder.
mechanical.
Safeguard them.
I got it.
Alright.
I'll come back over here after I just sat down.
So, I guess he
Would you
started
like help?
taking people and making dolls out of them.
Come on.
Mm.
And he was using life and disease in order to make sure they would stay running even if they were just...
What do you need? I'm joking.
How many years?
No, I'm joking.
No. Speed it up. She needs to be perfect.
If we're
I don't
ready,
know
let's
who they're
keep
referring
moving.
to as she. So, let's keep going. Gods, I hope they're not
Probably
referring
one
to
of the
us.
dolls he was working on.
Probably are, I'll be honest.
Oh, gods.
I mean, her core alone is a design above most of there was that I've seen, so...
She's also been the doll that's been around the longest, at least from what I'm aware. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, watch your corners. Make sure none of them sneak up on us again. Watch above. God forbid something drops on us.
Oh,
Okay, knock on
it's
wood.
you again.
Don't knock on
What do
anything.
you want, demon? We do not have needs for your ilk.
Demon.
Why a demon? Who are they speaking to?
Did you say
Huh.
ilk or milk?
Ilk.
Ilk.
Dummy dumb.
I wouldn't expect your family to have ties with demonics.
That wouldn't put it past them anymore, honestly.
Got another.
That's not
One
what
left.
it is.
There's one up ahead.
Oh, it's run away. Oh no, that's not good.
And
Or
it's
not, no.
gone.
It's gonna try and jump us.
Also,
Be mindful.
take into consideration that all of the other ones are gone now as well.
With a single swipe, it's beamed in half. You watch, however, as the upper half continues to towards you.
Taz,
Guys,
and
remember
you,
this?
get over there, just in case there's another opening over there.
I saw one skittering back there, so.
Or cracked in half.
Shite.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Aim for the chests, that's where the cores are.
As one Billy goes down, so does the other. This one, its head cut off. It staggers a moment.
That one seems a
and
bit
then
lost.
stands back up.
Go for the chest.
A barrage of water bolts knocks it back and puts it at bay. It swings wildly.
Brutal.
A single blow with a ship hammer knocks it aside. Its weapon blast away. Before it can recover, both weapons impact its chest, shattering the core. It falls to the ground, a pile of flesh and fabric.
That on my face. Back on my face.
Can I notice a trail of where the life and disease might be going, if it's going up
Sorry,
or that
I
way?
heard something.
At this point, it's everywhere. It's
Okay,
not stronger in any direction at this point.
Understood. There's one to
We
our
keep
right,
moving.
be careful. There's two to our
And
right.
then more to our right.
Okay, well those ones are here, so
Let's take care of those so they can't flank us from behind, just in case.
I
We can go look out there in a moment.
Still, someone keep an eye just in case when we come rushing through.
Me and Tess
Tony,
are covered.
I know I probably don't need to say it, but I want to, just in case. Please don't hit a wall with that thing. Or a pillar,
Two of them.
is all I
Of
ask.
course.
We have self-preservation.
To our left.
Oh, shit. Ran that way.
Nox, as you stand there, you felt something hit your chest. Scythe, when you look down at your shoulder, there's a deep hole with a 3. Your arm is almost hanging off. Your right arm is useless. That's a critical injury.
Go to Ava. Ava. Look at Nox.
Oh God. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we're just gonna.
More of that. Keep banging that fucking
I recommend going
Tony, move
to
a little
the
closer.
wall
Just gotta get rid of
there
this.
in the corner.
Okay.
People
Good
who
idea.
need aid.
I need you to sit. You're really tall.
Keep an eye up here.
Thank you.
Holler if you see anything, Tony, and then we can come
As he
over.
kneels down, an arterial spray
You got hit
onto the
inside.
ground.
Oh. She can do the same thing she did before using this. She's gonna stitch it up. She knows this isn't really gonna be able to do much to actually keep it there, so she's gonna give him a potion at the end of this.
Actually, it's ran out.
As you try to stitch close the arterial spray, the vein, it's not very large.
You got a better idea.
And
better idea.
or the artery is not very large, and as you
Pressure.
try to sew
I'm gonna
it
be slapped in
shut,
the face.
more and more blood continues to pour. At some point, you just drop the needle and grab the potion and feed it to him, and with a 17, the potion will do its work.
She lifted his mask up and bring. There we go.
One's
Just drink
peeking
it.
us from over there for you two to know.
Good, it is.
Okay. I'm just gonna wrap this. There you go. I should do you good. Do you good. What? Oh my God! What'd you do?
Fucking
Again.
gouged me here.
Same thing again. Look, I'm gonna be out of mana by the end of this.
Tony, I got your right. Focus left.
Don't grab my shoulder while I'm trying to
Which way?
stitch you.
Which way do we want to go?
I'm trying to not fall down while you're stitching me. 'cause
You
I
should
think
stay
that'd be a little
back
bit
now.
worse.
Try to just be support instead of up front if you can.
I'm just gonna piece of her shoulder pad and just shove him in his mouth so he doesn't break his teeth open while she does this.
As you stitch and stitch and sew and stitch, with the 19, you're able to piece him back together yet again.
Couple more, just a couple more.
Uh-huh.
Okay, there you are.
Tony, as you stand here, your armor, it's taking quite a beating. And with a 6, as you lower your arm, you feel this strange click. Your arm, you can't move it, it's stuck. And you look to the right and you realize your joints on the armor, they're dented out of place.
What's going on, Lord? My right arm joint.
Looking at his armor, it's all bent out of shape. Nothing a quick patch job can't do. Buff out the dents, get it moving again.
While we're seated here and you're fixing that, which way do we want to go? Do we want to go that way or do we want to go up
Right
these
now?
stairs?
I think it might be better to go that way.
One
And
down
that way.
that way.
That one's open.
Mm-hmm.
With a
I was
16,
also thinking
you'll be able
if
to move
it's
the arm
like the
freely
other
again.
one, it would be a dead end,
Your
and then
armor
we would just
repaired.
come back and go through there.
Good as new.
Well, we can just look on that side since we're right there. I'm able to come through this.
Alright. Take it away again. Hey, Prince.
I'm not really injured at all.
Cold winds blow again through the open doorway. Those standing here feel it biting into their bones.
Right.
You couldn't even have chosen a place out
I think I like deserts more. really get moving from this area.
Alright, that way.
Let's move
Forward.
forward. Let's get
Good enough.
to the formation we had.
You want to keep up Evelyn, I'll do all the rare stuff.
What do you propose? Compelling offer, but I'm not so willing to sell my soul to one of you.
Okay. Oh, Grandpappy's an idiot.
As you look out to the left, you can see the sprawling complexity of this complex. It is massive. Is that an entire castle? Looking up and to your left, you see it all. A manor keep, a fortress. Fuck. You could see movement on the bridge. Dozens, if not hundreds. Marching in step. Mechanical.
Hey, if I were to
The man
make...
clearly knows how to keep a theme, that's for sure.
Oh, that's more than a theme. He's creating an army.
We're gonna need to raise his
I would
face.
like to make some hope in this
I
situation.
meant like
Of
the
if
cold Blackstone. I wasn't talking about the. But yeah.
I'm really glad we not set off that alarm. This would be the perfect time
We
for
this might have gone very
dozens of
differently.
musket men firing on us right now. That is the opportune
Looks
position.
like that door can't be open, I think. I think it's barred up.
It does look like it's barred up.
Do you want to check it? We'll keep an eye down here.
Hold it still!
We should-
Hold it still! We can't let him escape just so yet. This one is magnificent.
Don't open that door. That's a bad door. Don't open that door. Don't even
It is
go
a
near
bad
that
door.
door. We're gonna keep
Alright.
moving. Yep, we're gonna keep moving.
Back door.
What can I sense through the door, Mountain?
Breaks out.
You can sense an amalgam of magic, various affinities, each one being snuffed out one after the other until there's only one left. Death magic. And yet the noises continue on the other side. Something large. The sound of chains rattling, breaking. The door for now is not knocked upon. But whatever is in there is large.
Let's keep moving.
Breeze of mind.
We should
None.
move quickly.
Yep.
It sounds like it's probably going to break free at
Yeah.
any moment. We should not
For ease
stay
of our
here.
mind, I'm just gonna put a simple alarm cantrip on it, so if that does start banging on though. For ease of our sanity.
I have poor witness.
Yes.
Guys,
There we go.
probably for the best not to use
We're good.
the firing feature on that thing. Let's not hear us.
For ease of our sanity, I've placed an alarm ward on the door. If it starts jostling.
My son?
I'm
How
not
is he?
using my filter. Fuck that. At least until we're clear
Yes,
this place a bit
yes, we'll
more.
make it great. No.
Alright.
Let's keep moving.
It's cold air.
It's a
Like
big
a full
break.
body,
think I like it better.
ice block. You know, wrapping like a cool cloth for.
It's like more stuff can go that way.
Do we want to go
Oh, my back
left?
is killing me.
This might be a dead end.
You
Actually.
can hear. You can all hear the sounds of mechanical rummaging. This is different than what you've been hearing before. You also hear a voice, mechanical. Manufacturing. Cannon secured.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
What does that mean?
Artillery.
You can move more this way.
Okay.
Go for it.
I don't think we want to keep ourselves exposed
I don't like how
if
close
they
that
have
sounds.
artillery.
Something's coming.
Oh, it's just one of them.
Oh, I don't
There's
think it's
something
just one of
else
them.
up there.
Oh my, by the gods, what is
What in the fuck is
Flip that formation so we can deal with this.
Tony?
Yeah. Tony,
Yes,
if you would
flip the
please-
formation.
Oh, okay.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
I'm gonna let it do its job. I still don't know if that thing's on our side or not, but that's definitely helpful.
That doesn't look like it's on our side.
Ah, it didn't
We're
kill all
gonna
of
wait.
us. That's good.
We're gonna hold before we do anything.
I
Oh,
don't think it's nice. I
shit.
don't think it's nice. Okay.
I know.
right.
Oh?
This is asking us to leave.
Oh, by the gods.
Dialogue
Oh,
prompt.
it is asking us to
Trespassers.
leave.
We're not
Understood.
trespassers, are we?
I suppose it
How do
should
we wanna
be
handle
us
this?
to leave. As they're kindly asking us.
Let's talk to it,
We're
Ox.
members of the Beaumont family. We're here to pay our grandfather a visit. He's getting up there in age, and okay, well that didn't work.
Our grandfather's quite old. We're supposed to come and see him occasionally. I'm his doctor. Why don't we just say that we're leaving, but we go to their
If there's someone that's innovative, they're
I think.
creative, and are willing to
I think we just.
No. We're going to be taking our leave. Thank you kindly for such.
The question rings out.
allowing us.
Are you a physician?
Oh,
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Shite.
Lydia, if I need an answer, yes or no. You wish this scene to be done
Answer
with.
what? Yet. We'll see what's gonna happen.
They go to that door. They go to open it.
Doing?
If they go to open the door, take it down.
It cause a ruckus.
Right in front of that door is gonna be bad. I don't know where it's going.
We go in front of a door, and it opens. We should run this way, and hope that this thing and that thing fight.
I don't know if it would if he's bringing it to the door, or bringing us to the door.
I know it is bringing us to the door.
Maybe it'll go past. My apologies. I also have a feeling where the medical wing might be. Might be in that room with
Don't
that
be too
gun
close,
stuff on.
Tony, just in case.
Oh, shite.
We're following. We're following.
Oh no.
Oz.
It is at this point that as the Warforged leads you to this point, the noise behind the door resounds again, this time a shuddering crash against the wood. The door holds surprisingly, but the stones above you do not. Rolling for Tony.
Can I? Is there anything?
I will allow one reaction from the group to give Tony advantage.
I was gonna put a shield bubble around him.
Same.
Understood. The two mages will put a shield above Tony, giving him advantage. With a 1, Tony, you are oblivious to what is about to happen. The stones begin to rain down, but with a 14 for your advantage from the mages, the shield applies over your head just in time to block the first massive boulder. The guard in front of you is not so lucky as he's crushed beneath rubble. You are blasted back by the force of the impact, however, launching you back into your group. Unpause. The way is sealed. You are now trapped even deeper within the workshop.
Are you okay?
Alright, up you get. Come on. Up at the chest. Alright.
Come on.
Last of those things, they always seem to shut down.
Are you okay, Tony?
Some drinks has to be
We should move. We get out of here now. That thing might move again. Come on.
You see him pull out dented plate mail and just.
Oh, alright.
Let's go on.
I was gonna start undented this motherfucker.
We should not be in the front.
Ox, I might be
I am
commissioning
unarmored
you for
now.
Armor after this because I feel
That's
like
my
I
blade.
might need it.
Whatever.
That saved my.
Nux.
That saved my ribs.
It would probably be a good investment.
Here.
Armor? Yeah.
I need to breathe.
This is a great question. I'm gonna leave it to Ox and Ava.
You see that one of the pillars here has crashed down. A small amount of rubble blocks the way. Not as much as normal, but you did hear the Warforged say that there was a cannon. Perhaps you could use some of its machinery parts to jerry-rig something.
Suppose this way then.
Oh shoot. How are we gonna get that out of the way to use to grab it? I'm sure Tony's a big guy, he can pull the whole thing up there.
Cannons.
You know, I think that might be a little useful.
Oh,
Oh
my goodness.
my God.
Things I've been working on recently. How nice.
I'm gonna leave our two crafters to this.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay back.
Oh, this thing. About time.
What? You can move up a little closer. We don't have to be here. We probably shouldn't be too
Right.
split up, just in case. Oh, I hate the cold. Oh, I'm gonna turn my mage armor off because it's actually kind of freezing. And that's not a nice feeling.
We just say kill the were we just standing and just fucking, oh, okay. Well, I mean, you know, I was wondering how all this got built, so it makes sense for
What?
me to just fucking steal it. What
I
a
don't
guy.
know, they said something about killing the king.
So, your grandfather just regicided.
Is this a fucking multi-bear? Hang on.
Aye, it's a
As you
multi-barrel
look-
cannon.
As you look at it, you can see engravings on each barrel. The engravings, however, are not in a language that you are intimately familiar with. It looks dwarvish, but not quite. Doesn't translate to any runes or words that you know. Let me ask, is Ox at all familiar in any languages from the Underdark?
We did have
Did you like
drow
drow
for
or
a
some
little
shit?
bit.
Yeah, we did have a
just a
drow.
little
So
bit.
yeah.
You would be able to see that mixed into this strange dwarvish script is bits and pieces of Undercommon. It's not fully drow, but it's a weird bastardization of the two.
Their maker's mark on it at all?
As you look at the maker's
Huh.
Yeah, as you look for the maker's mark. With a 9, it's eroded to time and not really easy to tell. But what you do see
That
seems
is
to be
amazing.
a maker mark of what looks like a broken pick. You don't recognize it. It's not
Are you okay?
complete.
That's an observatory.
Question: is the cannon
That would be
actually
one.
this broken?
I'm not sure what an observatory is, but I'm just gonna say, yep, that is one.
Think many
Within
precise
you can see
pieces
many
of cut
gears and
glass.
mechanisms.
Magnify your vision to see the stars.
Gears
See anything,
inside
Tony?
cannon.
How?
Well, it's probably something to rotate the
Magnify?
Wonderful.
In the
Say that
cannon?
one. Jerry,
There's
what's
something
the-
amongst glass makers that they can
There's nothing around
put
the
glass
cannon.
in such a way it enhances one's vision. It makes them see farther.
Stupid design, but it's in there.
These are on such large scales that one could see the
Gears are in where the
stars,
powder goes.
like they were right in front of them.
Yeah, it's awful. It's probably fucked itself up like 3 times. Why do you think it looks like this?
Okay,
Fair enough.
I can make glass. Maybe I should become a glass maker. You know, I can do sand.
That is a
My
good skill to
job.
take up on.
Based on the absurdity
Could be a
of this
hobby.
design, do we think we could potentially salvage something?
You think I could
from the
become a glass
little
maker,
hole
Steph?
In that over there that we can see?
Sure.
If you placed enough friction on sand
That?
without
So we can
hurting
get out.
yourself,
I mean, you could do
you
whatever
could heat
you
it up
want.
to
Yeah.
glass. Gotta be
You
much
do have
careful
2
though.
mages with you.
I would advise heating it up with not fire magic.
Mend's a spell,
That's
right?
the only way I know how to do it.
Yes, mending's a spell.
Yeah, but Earth
Does it work
affinity
on cannons?
mixing with fire would not be good.
Well, how much do you want
Oh, wait, no,
fixed?
I've been doing it with electricity.
It's a good
Well, it
question.
looks like it's
Oh.
gonna be a tall order
That's
for
already
this one.
good. Then yeah, you could just do
Yeah.
it with electricity.
It's the casing. I don't know why
then
there's
shape it
gears
as you see
inside of
fit.
it. but-
Alright,
How
give
do
me
you
give me a
control straight?
Glass?
give me a second. I need to get my chalk out for this. This is more so of a ritual spell than anything. It's gonna take a minute.
There's the loudest bug in my ear.
Need to make
As you move over to this cannon, Ox, you see that trapped underneath it, buried in the wood,
Of course.
there's a few pieces of a journal.
There is
This
a
one-
line
More
being written,
more design documents.
runes that you probably don't understand, has
more
along the length of this
hypothetical
cannon.
blueprints. These aren't as finished, but these worn pages
It's
are
gonna try and bend some of it
rather
back, that way it doesn't have to do
unsettling.
as much.
What you see, it's barely readable. The only thing that can be made out is the name Dreamcatcher. It's inhuman in its appearance. You see
Sounds like a
a strange fusion of flesh and metal, bone and fabric. Like the others, but this one more articulate, more designs, almost maddened.
You're right.
It seems to have something built into it that allows it to sever the connection of a spirit to the ethereal plane, preventing spirits from moving on, capturing them.
Darling, I could actually use your help with
Harvesting
this.
them.
Oh, this is all snow. Hang on.
Take out a fountain pen and slip it into his journal.
Well, this is just a
The
piece of
materials
my
of
cannon.
this
This is missing.
Proposed
It's packed with snow.
Oh,
construct are incredibly
Holy.
expensive. Each
Alright.
one would
Ah,
At least
Fix it.
platinum.
How do you
So-
need my help?
Yeah. So I'm trying to do stuff to help Knox here as best I can with the repairing thing, but he's doing magic outside of it. Can you
circles almost complete.
use your sand to get the snow and all that out and kind of sandblast it all? That way it ain't like
Looking at these cannons, however, you
I
completely
can try my
bad.
best.
failure in that
Magi
line you just
though,
picked
so-
up.
Um,
You're not sure these were ever meant to be fired.
It's just essentially the cleansing thing that
You
you're doing.
realize parts of gears, heavy-duty metals. have been
Doesn't need to be the
stripped.
entire thing, just the insides. It's like the edges
Stone
of the pieces
cannons
that are broken.
for select parts.
Ritual circles complete.
Alright, give us 2 shades.
Cleared as much debris as you can. That'll help me a lot.
As you begin your ritual, you know you'll only be able to at most fix 1 barrel. I think that's all you'd need.
He has gone around the barrel as needed, drawing chalk to make an encompassing mending ritual circle. Affinity metal.
As you do so, with a 19, having prepared the ritual meticulously, you will all watch as the metal on the top of the cannon and one of the barrels begins to creak and groan as it bends back into place.
Of course.
okay.
It seals shut.
I don't know what the voices mean, so
That
I imagine
is
for you guys, they're not.
all you're gonna get.
Now you only need to move it.
I don't know, they're just saying I look like my mother. People say I look like my mom all the time, but I don't know.
Tony,
Wait, she
I
had
might need your help moving this
Mountain.
cannon.
Understood.
If you can't pick it up normally, I will cast enlarge on you.
Let me get out here. Hold on. There we go.
Mountain.
Yes.
I was scanning in the direction of the castle to see what magic is kind of there, and then over there maybe.
From the castle, you will detect not much death magic, aside from what is on
Maybe
the
we can
bridge of
remove it
the-
from its casing. By that I mean the trolley.
dolls that are marching across it.
Maybe you can
From
try and use the
castle
trolley to
itself,
push
you'll
it.
find mostly
It's half buried still.
stone,
When the
earth,
wheel seems to be off its bearing.
the ambient magics of that place. Not much
The Baron's still
True
intact. We
work
just need the wheel
seems
for
to
it.
be done there.
Yeah.
Here,
There's a spare wheel right here.
And then over
that
here.
one's
you will find
Still death.
Right here. That is perfect.
that direction. You will now find that to be where you find the most life and disease. Standing outside, you can feel it radiating from past the cracked walls.
Okay. Warning. Whatever it was,
You-
the powerful thing that was of life and disease I told you guys about before is over there.
Oh, great.
Oh, great.
Go ahead, Mountain, sorry.
We were twinning there for a
You
minute.
also can feel soul magic in that direction. Inklings, very minor. The only reason you can feel it is because there's nothing interfering out here. Yes?
He has a question first, but I'll go after. That
Go
defeated
on.
fuck over there with red hair.
Go
Oxygen's
on.
taken some of the parts out of this thing that looked extraordinarily expensive. for the
He thought you meant Nox. He was
There's
confused.
everything left in there.
Oh, I have my own thing, but I'm gonna wait because I need to be that
Parts
problem.
matched directly, and they were eroded with time, destroyed, and damaged.
Nox has been healed, however, his armor's taken a lot of damage.
Alright.
Most were able to get were a
Yeah.
couple of the very specific
You need a
screws and
durability roll
bolts
for
for
that soon.
the size, but you could have gotten those anywhere.
Oh no!
Yeah, remember that issue now?
Now let's see if you can lift. Oh wait, first we deal with your thing. Yes.
One more
I was just
thing,
gonna ask,
just to make it easier.
essentially, how high
That way you
up
don't need
are
to
we?
go lift it.
High enough that the air is thin and just being out here is freezing.
Okay. Ava has
We got one more thing that
she's
way.
a back
You don't
scar.
need to lift it. You can just move
If
it.
she's in higher altitudes, it'll start fucking up
This
her
wheel is on that
uh
over there now.
nerve
This
system, so
wheel
she
is
can't
on
like
it as well,
she'll
so it has
have troubles
this
like walking
partly
or like
broken.
having troubles like functioning because it's on her spine essentially.
Actually,
So just letting you
I
know.
might have a thing for that. Because he just grabs this one. So, remember the thing I showed you about the leaves? As he begins to bend,
Man, what the fuck?
it begins to transfer over here.
You just gonna sit over there, or are you gonna like join the circle?
Oh.
Well,
Fine.
As it shatters.
since
You
we
always
are
have to make a
stuck,
comment to him, don't
Just
you?
forget to
You
go
can
to
never
the
leave him
side.
alone, man.
since we are stuck until the cannon is
Think
moved,
about getting that wheel for.
I can at least
putting
be
it on that
somewhat
side. That
helpful.
way you could actually just push it instead of having to lift it and breaking your back.
Mhm.
Nice and toasty.
Fucking explode.
If you could
I'm
just
so glad I'm not doing
side down
my
there.
sun magic right now.
I'm gonna stand in this. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, gang.
3,
Now,
2,
fun fact, and I
ready,
could be wrong
mark.
based on the wordplay. However, it is only dangerous if casted with the intent on you directly. It is of neutral versus active, I believe.
No. Silly.
So if it's just in the area, you shouldn't have such more of a risk. So, no. But it's just one.
I'd rather not play with
I
the
was
cards
just thinking you would just be like, I'm gonna be useful, and then just
You
fucking
should still
explode
be
everybody
careful,
in the
but
area.
he's right. Yeah, it is worse if they're cast against each other, but it's less risky, I guess, if they're not. But it's still better to be safe than sorry, most scenarios.
You know what? If we're gonna be this way, fine. I'll be even more extra about it. Give me a second.
No, put it back. What the? I'm
Nope.
so cold.
Give me a second. You're making me do this now.
I feel just fine.
We really shouldn't be in.
Dragging this brazier.
He said he's being extra.
Let me help.
Nox.
Oh, I fucking sketched.
This is so.
Ow! Ow!
Just put the fucking stitch.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm gonna kill myself.
You rammed the back of the
Brazier.
hammer in my face.
Don't worry, I already got karma. It was
That was
literally
so
immediate.
unnecessary.
And now we have an
Did not
actual
need to
brazier. Congratulations. Natural of one.
Okay.
With a 12, it offers some minor warmth. Makes the cold less biting, but the wind chill is still horrible.
At least we won't be miserable while the cannon's being moved.
Like a singular blanket in the middle of Antarctica.
I'm ready to move it whenever you are.
Where are we
There,
moving
arm
this
click.
to? Are we blasting our way
By the way.
out, or are we blasting something
Your
else?
arm. Does it normally do
Into
that?
there,
What about it?
I think.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right.
Well, we can just climb over that, can't we?
No, I don't think we can.
No.
No, the reason we came over here is because we couldn't.
There's.
Do we want to leave, or do we want to go forward?
I
Forward.
think forward.
Forward.
We only have
right?
enough for one shot.
All right. I think that's all we can
Oh, wait a
take
second. I just
without
noticed.
having
Is
to
that
go
a
off again.
rotating cannon? It's a rotating
It
cannon.
is. It's a fucking awful design because
Only
all
got
of the
one barrel
gears to make it
on it,
rotate
yeah.
are in the back where the powder goes. So it
That
just breaks
is
itself.
awful by concussive force.
So
Our grandfather wasn't the brightest. We know this.
it's not his.
No, not looking at it. We
Are we
just need
sure?
to. Well,
Like
hmm.
he used it for parts.
There it goes. There goes
You're
the
stolen.
cannon. Here we go.
We should be very careful and stand very far back when this is fired.
You can all hear the grating sound
My ears.
Mind the backblast. For the love of
It
God.
kind of sounds like a bone saw when you're using it.
Also, this ceiling might, fall on top of us.
So don't stand under.
Oh, did you say bone saw? I know what a bone saw sounds like.
Put it down. Put it down. I know you don't have one. I think you have. Did you have one? But are you who
I can make the sound. I can make the sound of a bone saw.
No, don't do it, please.
I really could. You know what a bone saw sounds like, right? I can play the noise.
Okay, so...
No. No, it's nasty.
Of course.
So how do we want to stand? Because the shockwave might have the ceiling or walls around us fall.
Ox is going to take some of this.
Well, you see,
But if
where you don't want to stand is where I'm standing.
Understood.
So don't stand there.
Exactly.
Well, you ain't gonna be next to the thing fire.
I don't know how long this fuse is gonna last for, so we have some.
Well, I'm gonna stand
indiscriminate
like
amount of
here,
time
I think.
between
I think
no
this is a good
time
spot
and
to stand.
all the time in the world for this thing.
Well,
to
Yeah.
as you look for a place to insert the fuse, you instead see
rope.
As you look for a place to insert it, there's no actual hole in the cannon barrels for it. There's instead powder pans.
Well, it'll work. That ain't going anywhere.
You know what would be really useful in this situation?
I guess I'll just fucking tuck it and
A firebolt
stand
cantrip.
over there.
I guess.
I'll put up my shield.
Does everybody else wanna?
I don't think that's a good idea.
That way, I mean,
I mean-
over there,
Mm.
like as far over there as over there you can get.
Okay.
As in, like, over the ridge at least.
We can go here, I think.
I don't want to be out of sight.
Preferably behind one of these walls.
Oh, he's saying keep going.
Yeah, like behind one of these walls kind of deal.
Stay next to you.
I'm just gonna put my shield up just in case, because I feel like that might be a good idea.
Just stand behind a wall and do it.
Oh, I can see it now. I can envision
Everyone stand over
destruction.
here. Tony.
He's coming. Go. Open your mouth, plug your ears.
Why aren't you back there?
As Ox finally makes it
far back as
behind the
possible. You don't
shield.
understand.
As Ox makes it behind the shield, you will all hear and watch as there's a... And instead of the sound of a cannon firing, there's the sound of a cannon misfiring as the fuse doesn't ignite the old powder. And for a moment, you consider dropping the barrier. And just as you're about to do so, so everyone can check what happened, the delayed reaction of the powder goes off and fires the cannon.
Hey guys, I don't think it's.
Pause.
Oh shit!
Oh my. Okay, I was not covering my ears.
As soon as the cannon is fired, behind you in the castle, it can be.
So, what I said about musket men.
Oh, we need to hurry up.
Yeah,
We should really hurry up.
Okay, Tony,
keep the
front.
formation.
Yep.
I do not want to be right about musket men.
Formation.
The barrier is effectively destroyed, and so is the part of this wall. There's a large hole in it now.
Oh,
That
there's a new
is-
window.
That is heavy.
I'm sure Grandpappy will like the
Interior
new
decorating.
architecture.
Hi, yeah.
You can hear
big
the
fan.
castle or the workshop groaning around you in this section.
Yep, keep moving, keep moving.
Oh, I'm gonna keep moving.
Just keep swimming, Stephanie.
That might be racist.
Don't drop anything, because there is no way you're seeing it ever again. This place is gonna fucking come down soon.
That's another block door.
I brought my tortillas. What am I gonna do?
That's your tortillas.
Okay, watch your heads.
Oh shit.
Okay, this is hard to do in heels. Oh, and we're back outside. Great. Oh, wonderful.
As you all make it to this point, the hallway behind you collapses.
Oh, bother.
We'll be fine. I'm sure there are other ways to move through.
Right.
Come on.
This way.
Looks like there's only one way forward.
We shouldn't be out for long. It is way too cold.
You good?
Yes,
Tony,
fucking
slow
cold.
down a bit. You're going too far ahead.
Oh, that
You don't
light
want
is
you getting
actually
too
perfect.
separated.
I'll just keep it.
Yep.
I don't know if it means anything, but I did also sense soul magic over here.
All of the rubble and ruin you've left behind.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, it's another
To
one of
our
them.
right.
That is
I don't think this
That
one's
one is-
friendly.
really
I know.
big. I don't know what weapon that is. I'm just gonna go back here.
Tony, Ox, if you're willing to humor an idea,
I'm very humorous. What's going
you
on?
can just like keep the line right here and let it advance.
Okay.
Keep it right there.
I don't know either. What? Okay. Did you say so?
More.
Oh, I see what he's talking about.
Come on. Come down the stairs.
Do you want me to try to shoot water bolts to bait it down? It's charging something, be
I
careful.
don't think that. Okay. Stephanie, if you would shield, please, for everybody else behind. Okay.
It had the same fucking idea.
It collides against the shield, rolling. With a 18, Stephanie, you see it coming in. Increase the density of your barrier tenfold. Your magic is drained slightly, but it was well worth it because you watch as this lightning cracks the first 2 layers and is caught by the third. Unpause.
Great. I don't think we can be humorous right now.
Yep. No more humor.
Let's charge it, because I cannot block that, like, as many times as I
Right.
would like to.
Very well. It was a smart idea.
We knew
Maybe.
what you would
It
do.
was. I just think
It is
wasn't
prime
good for this
opportunity. This
opponent.
one's weakened. Look, it's bent. Prime opportunity.
That would have been really cool. I would have given you brownie points for it.
Blow after blow rains upon the chassis of the Warforged. Dents and cracks appear, but it continues to fight on.
Maybe I can get a sample of that if you'd be kind.
It's fine. I'm gonna try and knock downstairs.
Understood.
Are we going through? I assume we're not going anywhere else, right?
As you go in to hit it in the spine, it will spin around and embed its axe in your side. Rolling injury. With a 6, that's a major wound. Not critical, but it cleaves right between your ribs.
Shit!
I got it.
Putting space between us.
Take a breather,
Stand
going to
here.
lift over. Just gonna
Strength
go
check.
right under and just.
With a 16, you lift it up. What do you
You
do?
got the other side.
Into the stone stairs it collides, falling
Down,
down
man.
into the pillar. Yep.
Everyone up, everyone up, everyone up.
I can't.
Everyone,
I cannot
go
up.
through the door.
She's gonna try and lift you up
Pause.
using the strength bracelet.
As Nox shoots one of the structural pillars in the area, you all hear as the building groans and creaks. And with a 9, the rubble that falls does not hit the Warforged, but thankfully it does not hit the party either. Unpause.
Shit. That was a gamble.
Go through the door. Come on. Come on.
He's gonna put pressure on it while he's standing up.
Water bolts pepper its side, distracting it just long enough for Tony to hit the axe, stopping the blade. As Nox casts magic, rolling for
Shockwave.
combined effort. Which glyph?
Shockwave.
With a 11, the shockwave will blast into the creature, staggering it, but more importantly, knocking the weapon from its hands.
Have fun, Tony. I need a breather.
Take off your Oh, no, never
Let me
mind.
help you. Just over here.
Be careful of the structure. It will fall.
You're gonna be fine.
Try to move toward. Stay near the door just in case we need to get the fuck out of here.
You press into it, Tony, and it cuts in half. It falls to the ground. The upper half.
Nox, you're okay. You're coughing a lot.
I think I just need a second.
Sit down and take a sec. Over there, by the wall. We don't get run up on.
As you begin to try and stitch and clean his wound, you try and your hands are trembling. The cold, it is
I wonder
bitter.
where the life and disease thing is.
You clean it and you try to stitch, and your hand slips. You grit your
either
teeth and
here or
try
to the left,
again.
somewhere in here to the left, yeah.
And again, the needle slips. With a 7, you are unable to treat his wound, and it progresses to critical.
Stop.
You're doing fine.
Well. Protection.
Take the second healing potion that she has.
Nox is
Show me
encasing the wound in a protective barrier to stop the bleeding to give an assist.
Oh.
Ox, it is cold. So cold. As Ava presses a potion to your lips, you try to drink it down, and it is like choking down acid. It is... even swallowing hurts. Every part of you hurts. You lay here, bleeding, in darkened halls, surrounded by shameful secrets of your own family. The edges of your vision start to go dark. You... Ox... You... have not lived the longest life in your family by any means. nor have you been the most successful. But looking at around what your grandfather has built in secret, you can't help but wonder about what kind of legacy you will leave behind. One of secrets, experiments, tragedy. That's not what you want for yourself. That's not what you want your family to be known for. There is not quite a hatred, but a spite that burns in your heart looking around you. You will not let this be how the Beaumont legacy remains. And the only way you're going to do that is if you continue to fight, to live. You will not die here with a 17. Your vision blurry, but the wound at your side begins to stabilize as finally Ava is able to sew it shut, stop the bleeding, get you back on your feet. Unpause.
You okay? Are you fine?
I'll get better.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Yes.
I feel a
I
lot
need
better.
Nox
This
mechanic.
guy's
I need an
fucking
armor
dead.
durability roll. The worse his armor is, the worse his health gets.
With a 10, it's seen much better days, but you're still able to move and fight. You're a little dazed, though. Your movement's a little sluggish.
Mountain.
I think I'd leave you with William.
How's my mana reserves looking?
Let's give you a roll.
I'd rather die.
Natural 20. You are able to draw and siphon some of the ambient energies around here to replenish yourself. With all of the snow around, there's plenty of water mana.
Awesome.
You just have frozen water around you. That's all.
Ice armor. No joking.
Oh.
Can you step away from me or my head? If I stand up, you're gonna hit me.
Sorry,
in the head.
I
Come here.
Are you okay, Ox?
We should
Can you
keep
never
keep going?
better.
We are going
Fuck
to
this guy.
switch to formation. Ox, you're gonna switch with Taz. Taz, you're gonna be up front. Or Tony's gonna
Armor
be up front.
is
You're
really
gonna be on his
damaged now that
left.
you look
I'm
at
gonna
it.
be on his right. These three will be in the back.
Sure, you're gonna be okay.
Is that okay with you, Ox?
Fine.
Right, let's go. Tony, if you would please.
Of course.
It's the two
We might not move right away. It seems like
Evelyn.
people are still
Alright,
gathering
I
themselves.
know.
But better to be ready than not. Check behind the doors. I don't want to get ambushed again. That sucked the first time. Alright, here we go. Let's move in. Slowly. Carefully.
Doesn't mean
I'm trying to scan for spirits or more mannequins or dolls of any kind, if I'm able to.
You can definitely sense in the halls ahead there are a few, but you're
None
east
here?
again now. None here. But again, to
Okay.
your east, that the powerful energies of light and life are starting to become more and stronger and stronger. East is this way.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Cool. Right. Whatever is that life and disease thing is in there. I'm also getting traces of soul magic. So be ready for whatever might be through there.
Understood.
I think a mana crystal would be nice right about now.
I have a mana
Would you like a
potion.
mana potion? I have two.
I'll take one.
Okay, you got it.
I just need a moment where I can
That's the
sense
one that I
down.
carried on me, so you
Take
will be
my
the last
time.
one that we have.
Take my time with this. I don't spit it up.
Alright, we're all good?
Make sure to keep your guard up. I only have 2 more healing potions left.
Noted.
Let's get ready.
That's one of them big ones.
Let's see how much that does. Want the bottle back?
No, discard it.
Good.
With a critical one, as you fire that shot, your gun will go up in your hand. It's a misfire, and you will take a critical injury.
No, he's not your good hand.
You watch as his gun explodes in his hand. His hand is bleeding.
Are you doing this?
As you closely, flesh has been blasted out of his palm and on his wrist. Something about working under pressure in combat speed directions up. Squeeze your hand with 19. Without breaking contact with distraction, you are able to completely heal his critical injury. Yes.
Can I try to freeze it and give them a chance to hit it with a big strike? Slow it down at all.
You'll watch as the magic from Stephanie casts out onto this soaked and drenched Warforged, and suddenly it is encased in ice. It is frozen for a moment, giving both of you a reaction.
Get it!
As you both go for the chest, rolling. With a 9, Tony, you go in and it breaks free at the last second, parrying your blade. And with a critical 1, you will bring its axe around onto Ox, rolling your injury. With an 8, another major. With a 15, you are uninjured as it brings its axe to bear on you, defending barely. Water bolts pepper its back, staggering it briefly.
Make space.
With a 15, the magic missiles pepper it, punching holes through its metal hide.
I make space.
Pushing it back further, it staggers itself into the ground. The blade and the hammer come to bear. As it now ferociously mad.
Glenn, get a good shot.
Move that back up.
Tony, with a 19, you see an opening. It turns away for
I'm fine. No, I'm okay.
solely on Ox in its blind rage. You swing in and hit it right into the core, cutting its life
Are you okay?
before its
Are you fine?
right into its neck.
I'm gonna see in a second.
Vent him, quickly.
We should move her out of this.
What happened?
You can see a deep gouge in his shoulder.
Pulling out more stitches. She's gonna just pop the shoulder plate off. Place it on the floor.
More stitch than man at this point.
She's ripping
With a
off everything,
16.
shoving it in his mouth.
With 16, you're able to methodically stitch and sew and piece his flesh back together. Thankfully, no arteries are nicked this time. No potions are needed, mere flesh and bone. Looking around, you all see a surprisingly intact and undecayed storage room. Supplies. Fresh supplies.
What is all this?
Scanning for traps, illusions, anything magical, or is it normal?
You will find none.
Cool. There seems to be no traps or anything on it, so nothing should be alerted by us grabbing it.
Looking into this barrel or into this bag, with a 15, you will find a number of what look like scavenged resources from across this warehouse. They're all dusty, old. Bags are new, barrels are fresh. You see amongst them a healing potion.
Oh, okay. Well, the gun got you pretty good then. Are you good?
Yes, it
Good to see the sun barrel.
Does it look outdated? Or does it look new?
As you crack it open and give it a whiff, with a 15, it's still good. However, as you breathe deeply, there's this irony scent in the air, this metallic smell.
You know, the young
Smell of blood.
More so than that, almost like liver.
Oh. Oh, it smells like I'm giving him a liver transplant right now. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Preoccupied.
You will see, Ox, a number of books scattered around, some of them destroyed, some of them in better condition.
No.
Surprisingly, but you good,
On this
Tony?
barrel, you will see a journal.
Armor's been taken up. It's been taking quite a beating, though.
As you open it,
Zach, do you need a healing potion?
you are surprised to see a blue.
I haven't gotten hit,
You open it, it
surprisingly.
looks like an illustration of your
Neither have
parents,
I.
your mother and your father.
I've been using, well, we're a team, so, you know, I've been hiding behind Tony, hitting it from
There you go.
underneath and around him,
You see,
while he's kind of in front. He has the big...
you see
Well, you
the
have the
faces
big
of
armor.
Wilhelm
You're
and Catherine.
literally meant to take damage. I'm not.
And for a moment, you don't really realize what
If
you're
I
looking
get
at
hit, I
until you
will
start to
die.
look
I'm
across
squished.
the pages. This isn't some family portrait. This is another blueprint.
Yeah, I try to stay away,
Dolls.
because the less you need to worry
Shaped
about,
like
the better.
your parents.
Put it in there.
Just keep it there.
There's a note in these. It reads, "The sins of myself are forgotten now. The bells tolled, and they gave me great resources. There can only be one, the perfect one, my blood. We've got this far. There's no going back. Right, Ash? It was written recently. You recognize the handwriting as your grandfather, Wilson.
Are you boys ready? What? What do you mean?
Journal.
Intricate innards. Take notes.
Stephanie, can I touch
Nox,
these
are
things
you
without
good?
it blowing up?
You are going to see he has been systematically
Touch these
taking
things
this
without
thing
blowing up.
apart, joint by joint, and writing
What do you
notes.
mean?
If I touch one of them, am I and them going to explode?
You know, his lightning affinity.
No. As long as you have the
Good.
thing plugged in. But,
What thing?
That's what I'm going to get from you, I'm afraid.
if you... Oh. Well, lightning is holy, not light.
What are you looking for, Nox?
Nox has been taking all of this downtime to systematically
I was talking
parse
about
this thing's corpse.
yeah,
Joint by
only
joint,
use
taking
the
out the
lightning, do
chassis
not use the
pieces,
light,
taking
is
notes
what
on
I'm
the
saying.
insides,
Just to be
just making
absolutely
notable,
safe. With just the lightning,
jotting
you should
down
be good.
notes on it. Anything you can learn from it, weaknesses, core, etc.
Another one of them.
Just taking his time and
The
researching.
19, or with a natural 20,
Something, give him a second.
you will be able to create a full schematic of this Warforged.
I'm not using my gun anytime soon. I can throw my powder bag in there and someone ignites it.
With us?
Oh. So, that's an option.
Understood.
Stay with us, Alex.
Oh my.
Auxilium.
Keep moving.
Okay.
Back to it.
With hotels and vacation rentals, booking.
Okay. Formation. Me, Tony, and fucking Taz up front, and then Ava in the middle, and you two in the back watching our rear. Let's go, Tony. I'll be on the left. Taz, you'll be on the right. Watch above as well, just to be safe. I'd say Ava, watch above us. Since you're in the middle, you'd probably have a better time at keeping track of that. I'll watch the left. Taz, you watch the right. You two watch the rear. Amazing. I sound like a broken record, but I'd rather sound like a broken record than, you know.
For flavor text, if these things have any sort of synthetic oil in them, it is like Nox was arm deep into it.
Opening on the right.
I open.
There's something in the center
things.
there.
You want to clear this left side first, and then we'll.
Yes.
Is the life and disease thing right there? So I can ask, or is it a little bit deeper, Mountain?
You can feel it just ahead, but what you see is not emanating life or disease. You feel soul magic from it.
Watch out. There's something with soul magic up ahead.
What? I thought you said it was disease.
Soul magic is up ahead. I'm saying there is something with life and disease, but right now what is ahead is soul magic.
You can feel it in there as well, the life and disease. There are two
both
things
of
up
them are in
ahead.
there. The life, disease, and the soul. Yes. Right.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's the thing I shot.
Here we go.
Right, blight.
Ox,
Oh,
up
you're not
ahead,
talking
you see
about
it.
the
The
thing
dream
with the-
catcher. The thing from the schematics. And it's all of its mechanical, abominable glory.
What is that?
That's a doll that
Am I shooting it, or are we...
kind of just cuts it off so it
The
doesn't go
one on
anywhere
the
after
left
you
I've
die.
talked with before. I don't know
Maybe don't.
what dealings.
Why is it waving at us?
Let's move a little closer.
He's very enthusiastic.
Watch our sides. Be careful.
Where the left side's stepping
Mountain, do I sense anything else around? Any other spirits? Any other puppets or flesh things?
That one has a
You
convincing
sense
facade for a face.
Other than the ambient
That's wild,
hauntings
put
of this
together.
area, no. You
Never
all
seen
see in
it.
this final section of the warehouse bodies piled high, fresh corpses, people sawn to pieces in various stages of being made into dolls.
Would I recognize the townspeople for the places that I've been looking at this stuff? Because
With a 14, some of them are still recognizable. Some. Most are mangled.
What is that?
Oh, great.
You're a bit far there.
Be careful, Tony.
You're not too bad yourself.
No, there she is. Afraid she was gonna get me some fun. No. Well, you gotten this far. You found your father's great-grandfather's, so I don't care. You found your secrets. Now, unfortunately for you, this is the part where it all ends.
Oh great, this is the part where she kills us.
Well, I would start a monologue, but Dreamcatcher, kill him.
Tony, as you lock blades with this thing, it is deceptively strong. Each swing pushes you back a step.
Give me an opening. Try to keep it still.
It is like having an entire building swing at you, Ox.
We meet again, I think. It's been a while.
You're fucking retarded.
Straight.
You know, I'm not some of yours. Die. Oh, you're tougher than I thought. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Gross. Not the first time I've heard the concept.
Fucking thing.
The magic pushes it back and the hammer is relentless. But as you're stuck in the tiles, an opening is left. With a natural 20, the shield catches it, and the blade, the artifact, slices up along the hands. For a moment, it looks like they're about to drop the staff, but they catch it on the downswing.
Fucking kill every single last one of you, and you lose your fucking spirit!
Well, that almost worked.
Where's
gonna try to make it before
Be on your guard. I'm gonna leave you for 5 seconds. Can you 3 handle this?
You try to lift it, and it will dig its spikes into the ground. It does not move. It is heavy, like stone and metal. It will dig its blade into your side. You press, but it is held.
Again.
Holy magic. There it is. Not so fun now, is it?
And the beam cuts through it.
No. Oh. You can try. How many tricks do you have? We outnumber mine. Ava, over here, now. Oh, that thing's happening to Ox again.
Oh, fuck. Now's a good time for that.
Of course, it makes sense. I think I'm gathering context clues. I think I found the demon your
Are you home, my
grandfather
brother?
liked. Oh.
Inside the building and freeze down on it.
With another 19. Pause.
You guys are so cool.
As the pillars fall. With a 9 Ox, you are not fast enough to escape the collapse. You and Blight are entombed, crushed by stone and rubble, mere inches from each other, unable to move. On pause.
What happened?
Stared at each other. What are Ox's affinities?
I have no idea.
And let's hope I don't make a mistake. Blade, blade, with magic. magic that be holy, confuse thy world, confuse thy name, to burn away the impure, to burn away what doesn't belong, to burn away what is outside of the materium, to burn away what is new, what is new, is new, what is everything, burn away.
You black out.
Burn.
19 from the mage. What spell are you casting?
Nox is pumping what he thinks is a demon full of holy energy, burning himself at the cost to.
As you pump holy magic into blight, there is no explosion like you hope, though radiant energies do burn and rack their
Away what doesn't belong. Burn away what is impure. Burn, weaken, wilt, and rot what doesn't belong. What doesn't belong.
Feeling a head resist, a skull to resist. By the time you regain your senses, you can't recognize what is underneath you. You can barely see the dust is still in the air. As it settles, you see Ox crushed beneath stone, his lower half barely recognizable. And you see light, or you think there's barely a head left.
She's gonna try to use her sand magic as best as she fucking can, and she's gonna try and pick up anything that she can, any of the rubble off of Ox immediately when she gets up here.
With a 15, actually flat, well, it was rolled first. With a 15, you are able to slowly create enough of a dust devil to lift the sand off, lift the rubble off of them.
I'm like totally fucking passed out by now, right?
You are fading in and out of consciousness.
Okay.
Drag Ox out.
Ox!
How's he?
He's covered, and the entire right side of him's covered in burns.
Stephanie, does he have burns?
Huh.
Yeah, over here he does.
She's gonna toss you a salve. Put it on his wounds.
It's not over yet.
Ox, stay away from me. It's me.
You will watch as they fizzle away,
It's me.
their head
It's me.
slowly piecing back together, life magic flaring for a moment,
It's me.
as well as disease.
Everything is okay. I'm here. We're alive.
Fool me once. Shame on me.
We're alive.
You will see his legs are scattered, pulverized meat.
Fuck. She's gonna try and brace them as best as she can. She can't fix this here, so she's just gonna brace it.
We're gonna get you up off the steps.
Okay. Try as you might, you try to force this pulp of muscle back into pants, back into cloth, try to bandage it. With a 19, you are able to recover most of his leg and wrap it to the bone. It is completely unusable, but it's there.
Yeah, I believe he needs this the most. Painkiller.
What is it? How do I give it to him?
Just inject it. It's liquid. With a needle.
She's lifted his arms. She's gonna.
It'll help a lot.
Yes.
I did get whacked by the big thing.
Rolling.
Warm tingles. I'll focus on the pain.
15.
Let's focus
You
on the
are
ever-encroaching
thankfully
warmth.
uninjured. Your mage armor
Stay awake.
coming in just in time.
Just stay awake for me.
I feel my leg.
That being said, yes,
Don't look at your leg. Don't look.
rolls.
Don't look at
Now's
it.
the
Look at
time
me.
to ask for them.
I also had frost armor on while he was fighting him.
13 frost armor successful. 7 shattered, major injury. 13 your regular armor held. That's 1 major. Also rolling armor durability for repairs needed. Critical 2, your armor is almost completely sundered. How many injuries do you need, Nox?
4. He face tanked blight a good chunk of the time.
8 major. 12 no injury. Natural 20 no injury. Or a critical. Ava, how many injuries?
4.
A 2 and a 7, a critical and a major. A 14 and a 5, no injury, and another critical.
Okay, 2 crits.
The way out is blocked. The way forward is unavailable.
Nox. I'm just gonna try and treat that crits.
Avo with 2 crits. By all means, you should be incapacitated, but I will give you a roll to see if you can stay conscious enough to treat Nox or yourself.
Yep.
Who will you treat?
She's not gonna think about herself right now. She's gonna try and treat him first.
Understood. As you stand over Nox, his chest is caved in, his armor shattered.
No. Oh my god, my body. Don't look at that.
You begin the difficult process of surgery. Your scalpel, you cut along the belly. You move bones back into place, reaching into him, not thinking about how much it's hurting. You are only focused on saving his life. Your vision fades in and out. You're bleary-eyed. You can barely see, but you move ribs back into place. You stabilize muscles. You pump sand magic into his heart to keep it beating.
I'm sorry.
And finally, once all of the bones are set back in place, you seal the wounds, the punctured lungs, the damaged heart, and you sew him back up. With an 18, he will be fully treated. And you will lose consciousness with 2 criticals.
Shit.
Arcmonger, you know you have a way out of here back to Aether. Though the title may no longer be yours, you know how to get back home, how to get them back. I'm looking at her.
Yes. He's holding a health potion in his hand. He's going to check her supplies of what she has and see if she can find the last health potion that she had on her.
Both of her health potions were used.
Oh.
There isn't one.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah. You found one. That's correct. So, I'm going to roll for, I'm going to roll for her potion. Roll for each. 11 and 12, they're both still intact.
Question. We each one got a potion, or was it a set of 4 in total for the whole party?
It was 4 potions in total for the party.
Okay.
One of them is Stephanie's.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna try to give her push her under her back and try to give her one of the healing potions. Lean her head up, of course.
As you give one potion, the internal bleeding begins to slow, and that wound stabilizes, but there is a major and a critical still.
Stephanie, you can swim really well, right?
What was that?
We have another potion.
I think she used majority the ignored.
So we don't have any more.
Right here. As he sets down, hopefully not destroyed medical supplies that he was holding on to.
With a 6, a lot of them are damaged. Trying to use them will put the roll at a disadvantage.
Stephanie, you can swim, right?
Mount. Yes.
Can you get her to Aether? I can
would
make
like-
a way. She'll be safe. She won't die there. There's no risk. She gets there.
Okay, if that's how we're gonna do it.
Look for the buoy, okay?
Look for the buoy. Okay. Pick her up if I'm picking her up.
You will throw the hook between all of them.
The ground beneath you begins to ripple and lose its solidity as a connection to the elemental plane of water is formed. Interplanar travel is activated, and Nox will send those by the buoy back to Aether. Please respawn, you 4. Taz, you're left behind at the moment with Nox.
That's fine. It's probably for the best because this is active.
Respawn.
Lightning affinity. Let it equal out. Deep breaths. You okay? You injured still?
Yes! His entire right side is burned still, and he's probably got a few bleeding scratches underneath.
Second painkiller. Shut up. Get out of here.
He's gonna try and throw himself in.
As you do so, you dive headfirst into the elemental plane of water. A riptide current drags you and Nox all the way back to Aether. Please respawn.
Deal with magic.
Goddamn.
Get your water. Get your water. Get your water.
Man, this was supposed to be a 1-hour mission.
No, you guys took twice as long, 3 times as long to
This
do
was
the mission.
awesome. I don't care. This was fucking great.
Yeah, that's how this works.
Oh my god, it's so much fun.
I love that. That was amazing.
Yeah.
The hand
First
gun
mission back
blowing up in your
in a
hand was
long time,
fucking
and I
fortunate.
already had to death roll someone.
That was fucking great. Thank you.
Once for me,
Hold on,
but
guys.
there
Round
was
of applause.
definitely-
Hold on.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and round of applause. Round of applause.
One death roll.
Sick.
Oh, don't worry.
Everyone.
Don't worry. There's definitely a way you're all going to be thanking me, since this one called in a favor to
No.
This one called in a favor to have me run this for you. So each of you has earned yourselves a guaranteed NPC slot on on my modules.
I can be there.
Yeah. You motherfuckers are paying me back with NPC work.
Oh yeah.
So if you enjoyed this, I hope it was worth it.
It was.
To the mind.
Oh my god, yes. Absolutely.
Yeah,
This is fucking fantastic.
Back into the
mines.
That was fucking
Because next week,
fantastic.
because I'm planning Rogues Guild stuff for the next week. For those who are going to not be already sent there, you know who I'm looking at.
What?
That's fair.
Word?
The members of the Rogues Guild will already be there, but after that I also have Mage Guild stuff I need done. And trust me, those are a lot more fun. It's just my way of bullying the members of the Mages Guild. You're welcome.
Yes.
See, I'm gonna, because I'm a part of the Rogues and the Mage Guild, so I'm gonna be fucked twice over.
Yeah.
Just don't get hit for
I had
it.
such a good time. I
Nah,
need to
you
put
gotta
on
go.
trip.
I'm so surprised I
Okay,
got out of that with no injuries.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
What the
fucking
fuck?
So, yeah, I need to go put on deodorant. Give me like 2 seconds.
I calculated it. I selected all of them. Grand total of pictures I'm going through tonight is 340.
Jeez.
Holy shit!
Hey.
Jesus.
Hey, Zang.
So everybody gets one
Zang.
background photos to our lovely photographer.
Okay.
There's some good ones
All
in
you
there.
motherfuckers, if there is not at least one shot in there that deserves to be your desktop background, I'm killing you.
I got some good. I tried to get a good amount of individuals, but also group shots and like different pairs of
Did you like
people.
Nox slowly piecing things together throughout the fight?
I love that. That was great.
That was lit as fuck.
Teamwork, buddy.
Yeah. So before we send you back to Aether, we have some minor things to address. Obviously, Nox gets to pick where you all end up. So Nox, where is everyone going to reappear?
The Healers Guild.
Ex-Arkmonger. Understood. Ava will be unconscious. Still. I am going to roll for your consciousness.
That's crazy if you're awake.
With a 13, he will be barely awake but not coherent.
I am
Drunk as
invincible. You are in Vietnam.
I got 219.
Yeah, Nox pieced together a
I need you to.
narrative that he thinks is true.
Tug, I need
Because you are the only fucking thing that looks like a demon.
I think going
Dire Blade.
Something like that.
I think me
Something like that. And next time, Nox ain't letting that happen again. Fool me once,
There's the next time.
shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
Twice.
Did you like that absorb encounter I did?
Larger scratches from him.
Just,
dodging that blade.
you just doing that full-on blast, and the Nox did the
I think I dodged him. I do need one.
You're lucky I didn't do one specific move.
But he was hitting at the same time, so if it nicked me.
Yeah, I think he did at the moment anyway.
damn, that's crazy. Yeah, just tanking it.
I wish I could have seen the fight. I really wish. I got inklings.
Appreciate it.
Everyone kept doing like grabs, and I'm like, bro.
I'm so excited to see them.
I'll go through them. I'll go through them. Yeah, that was.
Most of the leg meat and most of the joints still there. Thanks to her have basically harvesting all of the meat from the ground. So technically, all of your leg, most of your leg is still there, just all in the wrong places.
Oh my god.
Your leg was off being a practical healer.
Yeah, you got sausage leg.
So,
I
on the
love
off chance
memes.
that they
Neo
can't
over here.
reattach the sausage links and put them back together, I will be able to make a.
Hey Zang, can I play this aside so I can tell you something? You need a track?
I know.
What I was told was your pistol
I
aim
need to
can
go. I
put
want to
fire
go
on
Aether
it.
so bad.
So, here's the funny thing you get to work with, because you get the chance to play a Berserker in the future. Max
Oh,
got,
that's fun.
Nox got a natural 20. You get a full schematic. Perfect detail of the Berserker type. He has a full schematic.
That's fun.
Yeah, and this time it's going to be built correctly. He also collected a
Nice.
broken hinge joint and a broken chest motor from number 8. So he has those parts.
Yes.
Right?
Call me the fucking honored
Fuck up, I'm
one.
just
I've
more
not
pissed that
even
they
gotten a
almost killed
minor
him.
injury in any of those times.
So, Madam Ava, I might have done a thing, because I'm crazy like
What
that.
did you do?
It's almost like
You
I'm
know,
playing my
just
role.
get
What
a
did you
nat
do?
20
I'm a mage.
schematic
I'm not
on the
going in the
Berserk
front
type.
lines or
No, I
even
made a
saying-
thing.
I will meet you all in
Furry.
Aether. I will be at the Healers Guild
I'm
for when you
also
all
going.
show up.
Let's go.
Yay! Time to all go invisible and have play space mover.
I think it's like either fucking bed or I don't even know. I go in. If I go in as Elias, I'll see people dying.
Nox. It's going to be a bit fucked up.
We'll do these bits another time.
Yep, we'll do it.
Duty call.
What?
Yeah,
You're getting ready to hear
voices anyways.
Okay.
I need to switch up Nox's music a second. I need my Insanity playlist.
Gotta
I
change
need to grab
wording
something specifically from my Losing It playlist.
Amazing.
Heartbeat.
Is that a medium?
No, I need to switch out. I need to switch out of it.
It's
My
not.
manga.
It's very poor. No, I mean mine. I need to find a. I'll just have to copy it from you, probably. Maybe.
Oh, you want? Here you go. Let me give you the tried and true Spectator Ghost.
I'm happy now because I do have stuff to do tomorrow.
Yeah, the cat.
I'm so sorry I
Yeah.
wasn't do this. I know I said I would.
I would turn into my personal, but it's very poor because I added a light to it. It's my
Alright.
damn avatar. Hello, am I visible?
No, we're visible to each other. That's how it works.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Okay.
All right. To the Healers Guild.
But we're.
All right, gamers.
Straight into
You all
the Healers
know the song and dance.
Where
Get,
am I sitting here, bro?
get
Damn.
invisible.
Where is
Get to the Healers Guild.
Hit the fountain. Hit the
The
fountain.
Healer Guild's here. This is the Healers Guild.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, I could be super nosy, especially for what's
Someone who claimed to be
I understand
getting
your
aggressive and violent.
Alright.
You're safe, Ashley. You're among friends.
Here, you know what? It's just something.
Hi, Julian.
Help you calm down.
Do me a favor and get Leslie some water.
Yes, I'll get her some water. I'm gonna brew up some tea. Everyone loves tea. Let's have a talk.
Tea might be better, actually.
I don't suspect there's any.
I need you to calm your voice.
If you need me,
Let's have a talk.
you send.
Here's a glass of water. I'll put it right here, please.
I'm still here.
Water. I'm so thirsty.
Easy communication. Back right at the clinic is where I am. In VR.
It's gonna be a couple minutes. There's a glass of water next to you if you want to give it to them.
Oh, thank you.
I understand that.
Can sit you back up?
Emily had the head.
On the order of the Aether guard.
Did you strike? Did you strike Emily?
Yeah, it's a public space. They won't. They said they won't.
Tilt your head down.
Oh, fucking trust them. That's cool. You have to put the barrier down.
Slowly feed you the water.
Just keep the door closed, whatever.
Fuck me.
I am sorry that this is happening. I will ensure that they don't prevent you any further. So long as everyone remains peaceful, this needs to be...
Where the fuck are we spawning in at?
In the Healers Guild, the back right. That's where I place myself under the ground.
Okay. Oh, we're placed in the ground? I don't know where...
Are you in already?
Yeah, I'm in already.
So when you open the door to the first guild, Healers Guild, back right, you're coming out of the ground as per style.
What way does this door open? I just punched a wall.
Oh shit, Dragon just died. Oh wait, are we spawning in now? Goddamn.
I hate
Oh, we can wait, I'm just prepping there for all of you. Got time.
Yeah, I'm under.
Hey, Ox. No, you're not.
Members or any other member of the public from entering this space.
Okay, just let me know whenever we get in.
Barring of a public space.
The people of the Healers Guild, though, can demand that if there are non-injured personnel in here, that they can.
And are seeking parley the way that we discussed. That's
I'm
all
at
they
the
want.
restart VR, so I'll be back. I think the first one can go.
Morning.
It should be fine. We're just...
If I may. State of mind.
Jackson, put the sword down. But it is major events happening in Aether right now. They can't help.
That's completely fine.
Please put your sword away. We don't need to resort to violence here.
Should we, like, go outside of the Healers Guild?
It was a pre-planned destination. Nox didn't know what's happening.
I'm here.
True, that's facts.
I'm here
Forcing
to
anything
help.
on anyone.
It's
Anyone
okay.
who does will be arrested.
That looks so goofy down there.
Simply, this is an assault.
I always been.
What the fuck is going on?
If you hadn't stopped me last night, this wouldn't have happened.
Man, there's so
my
much drama
God.
going on, and we're just gonna make it worse.
Many people are younger than me.
Facts, honestly.
There. Don't fucking point me out of the door. I was next to her when you were in there.
I have always. That's,
They're gonna be
you
so
know,
confused
first
why
and
the few months are all sitting.
I have
Hey guys!
always been here to help you.
I am
You're
not
good.
Everything I've ever tried to do.
Are we spawning in?
You know the
We're literally in the bottom right corner of the Healers Guild.
I was there when.
You should come
I
with
don't
us.
see you.
We're under the ground.
And I'm here now.
Okay, well I can't go under the ground, but something's invisible, so
Yeah, don't worry. You just wait for everybody to come in.
I'm in the corner with you guys.
You'll know when we all pop out of the ground to come with us.
By the ladder, right?
Yeah. I don't see your name tag.
Friends are here.
Just remember, I'm carrying your bitch ass, but yeah.
Many people.
I need to close my eyes.
Just need certain people in here.
For now, please.
Yeah, Nox's armor is absolutely shredded.
Yes. I got you. Thank you. If we need help, we'll call you.
Trust me on this, please.
Is someone counting us down?
I think we're waiting for everybody. AKA Dragon.
Waiting for dragons.
Go for it. I'm spawning in Nox after you guys, anyways.
Yep.
I'm here for you.
Alright. Wait
Just like
for
I
when the
always
rod goes to the ceiling, and then you will spill out.
It's okay.
Catch and release.
Try to take some deep breaths, okay?
I'm patiently waiting.
You know it helps. There's good enough you know why taking deep breaths helps.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Okay, can we get a healer now, please?
I'll see to them.
Okay, put her on the bed. Take whoever is injured. If you're able to move right now, go to the bed right now.
Ox's leg is and
pick up
like the meat.
Jackson, could you take care of
Do you need help, Tony?
just I don't know where the fuck they came from.
Come on, at least let me help you out.
Come on.
Please, can you see that you have a
No.
his body?
You're gonna see a critical injury. There's a gash that goes from her left shoulder down to the elbow and stomach. You're gonna see because of this
Alright.
going to see a
Alright.
injury.
Christ, I'm lagging
You're
like a
safe.
bitch.
Okay.
You sit down somewhere better. Okay.
Can I get a glance
Are you injured?
No one.
I almost
She's
did. I
not
got
injured at all.
the stomach. Her stomach is spewing out.
As much as I would love to stay here, do you want or need me out?
A minor injury. It is a concussion.
One thing after the other.
What you see
Taz, come on. Pull him up, guys. Come on.
bone chunks
Okay. You can talk, right? What's your affinity?
Griffin, you don't even need to speak, okay?
Okay.
Information I need from you.
Come on. Let me help you to it.
I'm gonna need you to give me more than just quick magic, Jackson. As the magic DM, I'm gonna need more specifics than that.
God, I agree.
All the other crap.
Come on. This corner bed's open.
She is actively choking, sitting on her back.
What's your question? Itself to basically try to come.
Make sure you open your mind.
Oh my god.
There is no structure, as it said. It's mixed in with flesh in places that it should not be.
Tell me. Okay. Alright. It's okay. No matter. Okay. Look at me. Look at me.
Start taking out the bones that are
I'm using the sending stone. I'm waiting. They're doing the mind crystal right now. They do not know anything.
This is hard.
I'm sorry.
he doesn't use.
I just need you to tell me. I need you to be clear.
Understood.
It's a temporary burnitis.
Alright. I'm gonna get the healer's way and
People have suddenly appeared inside the healer's building, all covered in a ton of wounds. The situation's gotten worse.
Slowly accumulate a pile of bones and cartilage.
Would you mind repeating, please?
A leg.
Suddenly, the healer's building was full of wounded people.
Hi, that was me.
Who are you? Why are you on this frequency?
Knox on station.
Oh, by the way, this is not the menu. This is Squidman talking through sending stones, don't worry.
Ah, I see. I'll make myself scarce.
Don't worry.
Not only at least
1 moment.
they should be able to
What did you do that way?
not only
Does you want to know from your side? Piece together this leg bone in place.
She was in the sausage. Not quite muscle as it is.
Hey, Tommy.
Shit. Hey, dogs.
Seal it back together.
Armor
Look like shit, friend.
absolutely shredded.
Yeah, you look like shit, friend.
Delicately.
Yeah.
Cast healing
Well,
magic.
I'm sure the healers will get to you soon.
Slowly, meticulously, building the leg back together as the bone mending potion causes the bone to kind of cement together. Not healed by any means, but it's starting to look like a leg. The joint is still burst open, missing the internal fluid.
Is that what you're saying?
I kicked her in the shin instead.
There are pieces of the bone missing, parts of the meat that's not there that should be. Parts of the bone are still missing, not all of it's there. Parts of tendons aren't matching up.
Focus on me. Focus on me.
You'll need a substitute of some kind, a filler.
So as clear head as you can. All you did is
I just swung at her once. He didn't like beat on her and anything else like that.
just might have been like one kick.
Snapped off and then tried to put it all together.
Sorry, I almost crashed. What were you using as a filler?
Because I was holding them back. Using
Lazuli kicked you.
Like when someone
So you didn't even hit Emily. There you go.
At least that's what it looked like. It was the mouth. So that's
My foot connects with someone, but I didn't know.
Worst case scenario, we'll say it was Emily. So we'll go off that for now, because Emily is saying that people.
As I said, Satch.
I'm not sure how much I will be around a big crowd, so I think I might just go take a
She
look.
fucking deserved it.
Tracking on the iron.
Thank you. Being honest with me. I know it's been crazy. I know things have been hard. I want to say thank you. Please let me
As you create a kneecap out of mostly iron. It is heavy.
His body is safe. You really cannot touch it.
It's hard to work with, but with a 9, it kind of works. But it's not gonna move.
Focus on the breathing. You're smart. You know why that helps. Use that genius brain of yours. You gotta... Alright. Thank you for the information. Now, you can get some water.
You need the first
Care for a couple?
Prestidigitation.
They apparently need me outside because they want me for when they use the crystal, so I need to be there. I designed the thing for anybody to use it. People can't listen.
Please come with me. I didn't quite hear that mouth. Whisper.
One second.
You need me to assist you in anything, Jackson? I do.
Sorry, I was crashing too many avatars. What I heard was wooden cat because I almost crashed again.
Yes, he's putting basically a cat or like something to stabilize it so that way it doesn't bend it. So when days on later in the session, he'll be able to actually move it and be able to actually bend it. Considering that Jackson fucked up, putting in his kneecap, that's and then he's going to heal slash back as well. The doctor.
With a natural 20, these are much simpler to mend, simply stitching the flesh closed with
I
magic.
unfortunately don't know if I can go in.
The leg is immobilized,
They kicked me out.
it is saved for now. The ability to use it will be determined later.
I can try.
As you look past Jackson, you see 2 other people who are very injured.
One thing upstairs.
Have your injuries been
intended to.
Yes, I have been making rolls.
Understood.
Is he unconscious?
So tight. Yeah. Like, give me just a second. My screen is doing something.
He's barely cognizant, not really aware. Shock is definitely in effect.
Oh, hello.
Are you looking over this man bed?
Yes, I am.
His armor is absolutely shredded, covered in both red and black viscous ichor. However, there are many stitches and masterful stitch work against his chest where there was definitely life-threatening injuries. The man is otherwise unharmed, but unconscious.
Lapis.
Yes, I am.
Just so you know where
He's just unconscious. Let him rest.
So you don't see me. I'm doing psionics.
Sorry. Sorry. Hi.
That's the primary thing.
I can help heal.
The entirety of his right side is covered in what looks like black powder burns. There's also a few just hand clothes scratches
In
of seeping blood. Nothing arterial.
His armor is broken and the island is keeping him
His left hand
alive.
is covered in bandages.
He is unconscious because he does not have enough blood pumping to function anything else than to keep him alive. Someone checks him physically. His pulse is going to be light.
What is your character's affinity again? I keep forgetting.
And he goes towards the direct memories of his
Okay.
Alright, would you like
Okay. I can use my fire healing.
He's more going for directly the thing.
Which one
he doesn't really care about when.
Which one is it?
Lively's memory. Emily was
It is a major, but the entirety of the right side would probably
she
the worst
pulled out
on
her gun
him
and
visible.
Desmond went rogue, murdered Memphis, right?
And can you assist on that side?
Yep.
At that point,
Hold on. Let me get into, if I'm not gonna die first from the Nexus. Give me a phone. Okay. She's just gonna hold out her paws and use her fire healing magic.
Imagine that will hurt, yes?
At which point Lashley went absolutely fucking berserk.
He shouldn't.
No. She's using fire.
As
she's
doing
life
that,
and
he's
light.
gonna unwrap the bandages itself to see the injuries, and then he's gonna pull out some new gauze and with some cream and stuff like that, so that way he can wrap
You
it
will
back
see.
up.
What you will see under the bandages is a near perfect stitching on the palm of his hand and on the back. It looks like shrapnel injuries, but they've already been treated.
Okay, I was gonna say, is there still shrapnel? If there is, I'm going to unsew it and under shrapnel. Alright, if there.
Just want to run past what you were doing as well.
The head was dropped.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say. Am I rolling or are you? It was like I was curious if God was going to roll or not.
Angry, but just.
Is he no longer here?
She was no longer fucking.
Hello, God.
God, yeah. Sorry, God is dying for some reason. I have to look anywhere else.
It's okay, God. You're fine.
I did.
Yeah, turn on the calling.
I did.
Trust me, I had to turn down mine too. You're not the only one.
Right, so your treatment, fire magic, what are you trying to do to treat the burn wound?
So, how her fire healing usually works is that it seeps into the body, and because of her dragon species, it regenerates slowly. Basically,
I will roll.
It might not,
You would notice
depending on the role, it may help the muscle
with my 17
be
you're
rebuilt,
6,
or any missing blood.
Luckily
Or
sadly for you, I have it on screen.
Yeah.
I have it on screen.
Think of it as yeah.
As the dragon places their paws on your body and channels their magic into your burn wound, you burst into flames again. Your wounds catch fire, and the area of the burn site is reduced to ash, and like a phoenix, your muscles are regenerated with a 15. It is incredibly painful.
Okay. I was not expecting it to be painful.
Let me know when.
Usually not, but okay. So he just holds out her paws. Maybe for bigger wounds, maybe work on that.
You know, it could have been.
I'm leaving.
It could have been worse.
All right, you
Yeah.
stay here. Don't go to the forest. I'm making some for you next time you go to the forest. Right? Don't go there until I make the. I'll some sleep.
You're right.
Thank you. Sorry.
That is definitely a wake-up call.
How long? A day.
I'll fucking wake up.
Okay.
I can try.
You're at the healer's house.
I'm very, very tired, but I can try. Better not be dying on me.
Healed,
Being this close, Ward, you get the sight that worried you the most. His armor is absolutely
Fuck's sake.
shredded.
I need that recover.
You're trained for this. Get him to take that real quick, like.
Really?
He's gonna try to ask.
No, wait. No, at the tavern?
He is unconscious.
He's gonna gently part his mouth a little bit and start slowly feeding it into you.
We can go to the tavern here in Aether.
Well, what I will say is, as the DM in charge of the module who injured this motherfucker, we'll use my rolls since those were god awful.
Apologize.
Thank you.
So, for context on what's happening.
With a 10,
Yeah, with armors,
With a
with
10,
Noxus armors, yeah. We all leave it to you.
But
I don't remember you do it.
With
There were a
Noxus
lot.
armor
it did work.
destroyed,
And he
magic keeping him alive is gone, only leaving the Aether's magic. The entity is keeping him just alive, but he does not have enough effort to pump more blood to wake up, so he's in a coma.
Theory was correct. Yup.
Usually my
complete
fire
tatters.
healing doesn't hurt, but
As you pour the healing potion down his throat, you are able to get him to swallow it, but it doesn't seem to do much.
That'll take a while to hit his system. Once he's actually
the others
mana in him, then you can get him
others
awake
are
again,
being
and he should be
treated,
able to do the
and
rest of the
I think
process himself.
by the sound of
It's
it,
complicated.
yes, your
If Nox's
friend
shield ever goes down,
left is awake.
DEFCON 1.
Is awake.
Where is it? Where is the shield? Is it on him?
It's a magic shield. It's inactive right now because he's out. Drop it.
Oh.
Like I
Yes, he is
said,
out
give that
cold right
potion
now.
the time to hit his system. He'll get more mana, he'll recover that, and then you should be able to wake him up, hopefully long enough.
You recall a very specific fact with when you made the armor special for Nox. He used to do this manually, and the armor did it for him automatically. The armor is destroyed. He needs a replacement, or needs to be stitched. Oddly enough, a tailor would do this.
His injuries are treated. It's just he needs time to rest and heal.
Oddly enough, a tailor is needed for this situation to be handled.
Yep. This is a bit complicated. Fortunately, we have more
Who do we know is a
in
crafter?
position.
There should be a couple over the blacksmith area. If you want to go and quickly check.
As a member of the Healers Guild, this is an important matter. I'll be right back.
That's an option.
She's actually gonna properly put you into position on the bed instead of having your legs laid across on the ground.
This was comfy though.
I know, but yeah, his legs being bumped by a dragon a couple times.
He is covered in red and black viscous ichor. There are deep stitches on his right arm, like it was almost cut off to a thread. And he's slightly burnt.
That's just saying to me that you don't trust me at all. I'm sure
Well,
mainly around his hands.
The ordinary tieflings and all that. Do I want to waste this on
She's in mourning right now.
Maybe. But we can try that.
You definitely have a lot of good healers.
She's lost one of her closest friends recently.
That'll proc, that'll buy us
I feel like you
time.
and I know both well.
Oh.
Or both know well.
Yeah, no, that's an option.
Your friend a little bit.
That's not an option, but it is an option.
Well, so I used my Phoenix Fire. I am a Phoenix Striker.
Right.
And,
I think I know how to get him back in action, but it's not gonna be nice. Especially not for him. That or we leave him to recover mentally once this is done. There's Krim.
How the heck do you walk?
No, there goes Krim again.
I'm high. I have a crutch. Oh, alright.
Eugene, I will hug you right here.
Look in
right now.
that direction and give me a sit right. 20's sitting up straight.
Hi.
He was sitting up straight. He's getting a little bit of help. But
Opens up,
he's-
actually opens up a window.
I think out of everybody,
Can you like reach
he's the most
through
fucked up because he
and
had
see
to
if
work.
you can-
He just woke up 5 minutes ago and woke me up, so I think you're
Give me 1 second.
getting better.
Did
they have anything to bite on when they did that? A lot. I think I was asleep. I was lucky. My leg didn't have anything to feel with, so I think you're getting.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're all fine.
But they can probably reach through the window, right?
It still hurts. I don't know.
I can easily take metal out of the system.
They give you
That's
painkillers.
going to be working, he's going to be recovered. I can do something that will very temporarily.
Was that alcohol?
I will, however, need somebody to wake him up.
Oh, heck yeah.
If you don't have anyone who can do that,
What do you want?
I have something that will do that, but I can guarantee it's going to make the situation a little worse. The short run.
Trying to wake him up, right?
I found a way.
Yeah.
Oh, you found a way to touch him?
That's a door. Oh, window.
Oh yeah. Let me just.
I got surgery done in the field. Alright. Still hurts for some reason, even though apparently it's healed.
What's this?
I'm gonna take a look at that.
You're taking mine. Congratulations.
As I
Getting
am
an
crashing.
improvement.
If you're looking closer, it is right side.
Ready?
He is walking because he just came through like the plane of ice.
So, my favorite
Even though in character it
Phoenix
was.
Fox, a burn that was already there.
A tiefling in a coma.
So
I
as
heard
it
this
was
joke
being
before.
healed, there was
No,
still.
Okay, so I'm going to hear,
Good job.
because you're a tiefling, and very broken demonic.
Oh yeah.
Please wake up before I have to wake you up very violently.
And I reset the world.
Then though, what you got?
As he's saying this, Savage applies his hand.
We got movement.
To activate the gauntlet on your arm. As
He
the
has
shield
a bandage
room
around his
props.
left arm.
It doesn't last
not
long,
bloody,
but it is going to give you
and
about
his
a minute
right side
of the
looks
shield
like
being
it's been
active.
burned previously.
Do you have some of his armor I can try to get them to heal it? Repair it
Charred
with?
black.
That's
From
less
both fire
less of
and
our priority now. Keep him awake. Get him any
and it looks as though
need so that he
fire was
doesn't
just
wake him.
it was and his
Heal
right
them.
so the salt
Coagulated blood.
Exactly.
Spits out.
and also
Dead
just
without oxygen.
minor burns afterwards as well. And there's just
Yeah.
random scratches and stuff that are just
Good
seeping
thing I wear these.
through his clothing.
Congratulations, Acolyte. You got a little upgrade.
Just to make sure.
Should keep you active for a little bit, but after that, you're gonna have to pump that thing yourself.
Idea? Move to that now.
Luckily, there was one person here to recognize your condition.
That's Eugene. He's an asshole sometimes. I need your help. Sometimes.
I'm not a healer.
Darn. I need someone to help heal him, and I know there's a lot of people who are busy. I'm not a full-time healer, unfortunately.
Also don't use the arm. I don't got the cover.
Looks like he's up and walking again.
Just in case.
I'll go try to find another person to call.
Yeah, your armor's a little fucked. You're gonna have to get some more requisitions.
Do they need the metal out of them?
Need a stitch up? Understood. Get a medic over here, then. I'm gonna risk that. Fucking hell, boy. My infernal's not that good. You sound like you're halfway between the two.
We can try to get the metal out from here.
That's not the issue, Spike. Thank you for your concern, though.
That's not the issue. Repairs are the issue. Fuck. Where are you, Trim?
No. Check on how Ava's doing. If she's not dying, ask if she can help me.
It's fine.
Good luck not dying.
She looks like she's a bit banged up. I don't get it.
That's kind of like and then on the right shoulder, oh yeah, and this side there's also an surgery.
You're fucking anywhere.
She's taking band-aids out. Do you need mana?
He's got a blindfold and is in a hell of a situation right now. Creme.
Keep this up. Manually.
Something to help with the pain.
I'll feed you a fucking Inquisition Berserk potion if you start passing out on me, boy. Oh, you fucking test me.
I just was caught off guard is all. Was caught off guard is all.
That happens. Well, that's what we train for. Where are you, Creme? Fuck it, I'll grab another medic.
Okay. What am I looking at here?
I'm dying. My armor burns.
Armor. Okay. I notice you have a lot of tears in your clothing, and it's your armor that's holding you alive. I usually carry a sewing kit in case I get my clothes torn up.
Sorry, what happened to Nox?
It's a long story. Here, let me just start trying to...
I can cast some forms of healing magic anyway.
We're gonna need a tailor more than a healer, to be perfectly honest.
Why not mending?
What do you think, Nox?
No, hold up. I don't get an advantage roll. It's a 3. Yeah.
Alright. If you know mending, it might help with this scenario.
Please, I
can
just
try
use to
my hand
patch
at
up my
Gear
pants. I'm
keeping
not used
him
to doing
alive
this.
is broken. It needs to be fixed.
Got it.
What's broken?
His armor. That's why they're
Attempting mending. Wait, say again?
Okay,
what's going on?
Consent.
Do it, Nox.
Yeah, she's fucking shit.
Alright, I was really worried that you weren't.
I can't understand through the voice.
He needs consent for what he's about to do, because it might be his only shot.
Oh. What is he about to do?
Right now.
What happened to
I
him?
don't think you want to know. He's in a hell of a state.
Could you suggest to her?
If you don't want to be part of something rather
Alright, sure, you have consent.
Alright.
I don't think to listen to her brother.
My consent, to be clear.
To all of those who are in the magical circle,
Shit, anyways.
there's going to be a mass drain placed upon every single one of you. If you do not consent, you are booted to the nexus. A mass magical drain.
They look like they're going through a lot. I'm not gonna press it.
That circle at your feet, if you don't want to get drained, get out.
Yes.
Step out of the circle.
If you do not consent to it, you are booted to the nexus. If you do consent, you are being
needs a
drained
lot of
of
mana.
mana. As Nox's armor massively begins to massively reconstitute itself. Gyro, you can roll.
Okay. The armor will do quite fine, but everyone in here, that is a hell of a drain. It is going to sap more than the normal amount of mana someone would take. This is going to be enough to reconstruct armor. This is going to be enough to fill its reserve. Its crystals, everything. Good thing there were 4 people in this circle, because if it had taken 1, you'd probably be on the ground. But everyone is heavy lethargy. Heavy lethargy.
Is everyone still standing?
Unfortunately.
That's one way to solve Nexus mana problem.
Definitely not buckling to my feet.
Thank you all for helping with
It's
this.
an important thing to do. When Nox is in a bad state, a really bad state, it's not healing needs. Magic. A lot of it.
Put it on this record.
You know, on some level that's almost easier to manage as long as there's enough people nearby. Alright, Nox. Feeling any better? Alright. Don't worry about it. But I will have to ask what happened at some point when you're able to recount it.
And now, focusing on not the fact Nox is actively dying, what you would see upon the now repaired armor are burns and black and red viscous ichor. He is singed and he is essentially drenched. There is the smell of metal and the best you can describe, burnt rubber.
Got on the wrong end of a really nasty.
your gauntlet. Swap you for mine.
So can you stop? You're doing your job for 5 minutes.
Would it be possible for this question to
What's someone else doing? What's someone else doing?
Myself, actually.
Can someone else
The
get the story?
now Ungodly is in Sage.
Right now you're a patient. Right now
In
you're a
Sage
patient,
battle.
not a healer.
Yeah, I thought you fellas will resist
I
a
can't
black
stand next to that
I took
floating
a gamble.
That's one hell of a flame.
I will somewhere
I
else.
took a gamble.
Yeah, that's fair.
I casted Holy.
I would ask.
There were
Red, you okay?
That's one hell of a gamble.
Yeah, wait.
Can't blame you.
I almost.
Lazy on myself.
If I had a silver piece for every concept I've killed, I would almost have 3.
What you can do for me?
I only have 2.
A concept. Huh.
Living embodiment of light.
Sorry, embodiment of blight. You were fighting the embodiment of blight?
Interesting.
Hmm.
A little top up into you go.
Bad flap out of flux.
He's gonna be stubborn.
Sorry, while you're
It's
one. Apparently not fought the concept of blight or something along those lines, and that's part of how this happened. Didn't hear anything more specific than that yet, but I'm sure we can go over it with
There are too many people at the top of this. But any of you present when the barrier was put on the entrance to the Heroes Guild?
Barrier?
I see a barrier, but I do remember a bunch of people standing up front, guarding it. I think it was a pink one.
Red, are you still wanting to do that, what we wished to discuss earlier? I'm able to.
Yeah. It was reported that someone tried to
Just hold on.
blockade the Healers Guild to prevent access
He
from
hands you a
anyone.
rock
If you
with a
find
rune
any
on it.
information about who did such, I would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Are you meaning now or later today?
It can still be done now, but I just need to make sure you're ready first. We can still do it in this one instance of life.
Okay.
I'm going to.
I think I'd be up for
Either of you mind?
Back in
Either of you mind if I tag
Yes,
along?
I need
business to
to.
attend to with the princess.
And well, I'm going to be doing that thing soon.
Good.
Do I tell you when I'm doing that? Or
Yeah,
then it'll be done soon.
I'll be around.
Nox, do you mind if I tag along?
Yes, hold on to this. Gotta
Understood.
make a new one. If any of you decide to try and decipher the rune or read it, please let me know.
Actually, you know what? Sure, let's go for knowledge check. Curious. Or you meaning like later on?
I am much better now that I'm not actively dying. Mage advantage DC 12. It is a simple rune.
How does he look?
I will attempt mine as well.
He's been taken care of. His leg is in his place.
Move on to.
Oh wait, DC 12.
You failed.
Do I have a 12?
Red succeeds. No, you needed a 12 or higher. You don't understand what the rune says at all.
How you do?
However, you, Red, you see the vague and rough description.
I don't know. I
Sleep.
haven't been outside yet. I haven't feel like he died.
Dream.
Master William, please. I don't know.
How you? What? I appreciate it a lot.
I think I saw it.
How are you doing?
It looks like I get to speak to you again.
There's a curtain.
Ah. I assume this is where it is. This is a current. Hello.
Looks like you did good.
I'm just gonna sit here until talking can be done.
I can't do that.
So with that,
Don't
I
push
went
yourself
down
too hard,
into my
okay?
closet and hit my head.
A gentle tap on
I was like,
the shoulder.
that's not a good idea. No. Anyway.
You might be a bit better in a less populated area.
No, that's not it.
Red's about to do something very stupid. I was supposed to meet with them after the surgery. I was supposed to meet them after the surgery.
Alright, maybe be a little more careful, maybe.
I can hear you, I just didn't want to respond.
Sometimes I kind of just black out and just kind of go.
So I suppose I'm going to be speaking through a curtain.
Sure, if you want to. Nox almost called you out. Nox really pisses
Well, I don't know if you're.
I
I don't know why the curtain's up. I don't know if you're redressing or.
Not sure.
Oh yeah, I have a sheet over my body, so I'm basically naked.
Right. Then Lucky, I'll just puts his hand through the curtain and lightly throws a small little pebble towards you with a rune on it.
Got it.
Oh, what's that?
It's the thing that we were gonna do.
Just came back from the
Luckily, it doesn't need us to actually be there. So, just hold on to that and make sure when everybody's ready, and we're gonna have a nice trip down memory lane.
Okay, why?
You'll be fine. You'll still be here.
Not today. I don't want today.
One thing at a time.
Go there.
Very well then.
Well, we have to go back.
I suppose you'll get a special experience later down the line.
We'll take care of that later.
It's already done.
Hold on to that though. It'll be easier instead of making a new one.
Don't go back.
You
have no idea how many
Gingers are special Nox, so that's why you're a ginger and you're
Sorry?
This is bigger than you think.
Okay, can you all stop being cryptic and explain what's
care of
going
you
on
two.
in any capacity? Because we want to comply, but...
How are you?
It's only concerned.
Of course. I am the ex-ox of Monger after all.
If you're listening to the Bumas, you follow the head of the house in front.
I need to beat the Archmonger to reclaim my title.
Yeah, right. What do you think
Leave
say?
it.
Exactly the same fucking thing.
Okay.
You want a tea, perhaps? He's not a tea drinker.
When you two are ready,
Is
find me
there a
at the
time where it
building.
will be safe to return to the forest?
You all go.
I don't know what his aversion to me is, but I'll figure it out.
I think he just hates everyone.
No, I just
A lot of fighting.
I think that's something to do with me. I tried to help him earlier. And he put his
Red
hand on my
fucking
foot
died.
and pushed me over task.
That was funny. With the most dumbfounded look on
How
his face.
are you? Stephanie. I am recovering.
The flux is really bad right now.
That's good.
For Red.
Yeah, because for some reason,
How are
people
you
just like
two?
to gather around the Heroes Guild. There's literally, I see like 10 people out there. It's fucking nuts.
They
No,
put
worse than usual.
this problem. It didn't work.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I know. Because you have like some form. You're a fucking magnet.
No doubt.
I got William's blessing. How are you?
Oh yeah, also Ash is up.
Thank you for getting that.
That's why you're a Supermom. It makes
Alright,
so much
cool.
sense. You're
I'm
a
just
Supermom,
checking.
I'm bodyguard.
I am a surgeon, and you are my friend.
I didn't really pay
Surgeons can
attention.
be famous.
Unconscious, if you're wondering.
I just work here.
Well, Red,
Nox, what have you did to me?
I'm
really bad case of flux. Very, very bad.
just when you two are ready, get to my building, and we can do what we need to do. It's much more less crowded there too, so better on the head. Stephanie.
How you doing, Red?
Put this off.
It's just
Slow and steady wins the race.
As a mage, looking at her mana
Out of all the injured, I am the
Slow and steady wins the race.
isn't even injured at all. Did you hear that?
Replace your leg.
No, it doesn't seem necessary to here.
Alright.
the place where I had tracked them to and where they went isn't specifically mentioned.
Good timing.
Well,
Sorry,
the remaining steps
of my
1 to
dad
5 of what was gone down.
1 to 4, not there. There's a 5.
We're still dealing with 5. Sorry.
Kind of
We're
blue
still
vibes
dealing
about
with 4. I'm getting...
Hello, viewer. Welcome. Enjoy the show. We get into the more soft business mission. Ah. That's heartwarming. That's heartwarming. Hmm.
Sincerest apologies for that.
I don't know if the Dominion will
I
appreciate
feel like my
us
fucking
using their whole
tag from
building.
was cut. This is the Dominion building. Not as part of the Dominion.
Dominion building? Sorry. That's Dominion?
That's
Wait.
Empire Dominion?
incorrect. This is the informational hub in a Rogues Guild building. It's no longer Dominion property.
No.
Thank goodness.
Okay.
I don't think I made enough stones for all of you, unfortunately.
No, it's okay. I mean, it was only... I don't want you.
I have the one you gave.
Yeah.
What?
Hmm?
So, okay, next.
I will ask you that later. Anyways.
One moment.
That's not very cool, right?
Jaro.
No. Alright. At this point, I've proven useless to many people at this point.
It is time, Jaro.
I don't believe that's true.
Talk about it.
It would seem someone's stirred up the nest again, I guess.
Huh?
I've heard Dominion be yelled over 4 times.
Oh, the Dominion were in some, altercation with the Glass City over at the Everwilds.
It is.
Don't know what.
Oh, is that what was going on?
Okay. We are all in the Dominion building. Halifax and Red are the ones that have the funny things. What this is Nox is using runes to ritually cast Dream. So you can have that fluff. I thank you all for coming here today to experience a once-in-a-lifetime reenactment of Adventures of the Mysterious Nox.
As these words are spoken, runes would begin to alight, canvassing this entire area in magics. Magics that pervade the mind and cause everyone to grow drowsy as you fall into something of a slumber and begin to dream. To dream in tandem with one another's minds. You will respawn.
And so it begins.
Okay.
And so it begins.
Oh boy.
That's how
Non-stop, huh?
Horrible day.
Okay, it's gonna be on map or off map?
Off map, off map, off map. At least times 6.
Oh, I still have my quill.
Going to a lot of maps.
Eventually, I'll be able to.
Holy shit, okay.
When I said slideshow,
Tell me.
every single
Some
one.
hunter in the forest map attempted
Oh, it's
to
quite
hunt
the
snow.
slideshow. Starting.
Nah, it's not good. Yeah.
How would you like to
Second.
start?
Where it
Gus?
began.
Someone died.
Akron
and her
Nero is where it
family is
began.
sad.
Akre Nero. So.
I heard about that.
No, wait, Athelcy is where it started. Apologies.
And then
True, but you do have to go through Acronero to get there.
Yeah, so Acronero, then Athelcy. Is that King Minos?
Where's my freaking... Ah, there we
Here's
go.
my portal.
listen, he already
I
got
love
the
tracking
face
errors.
crushed to the ground beef today.
Where?
He's very
There it is.
Jeez. Gotcha.
What the fuck happened in those woods?
No, that wasn't the woods. That was the mission that a lot of the. I don't know what that is.
Might as well drag everyone down here. For narration, so. Believe I grabbed the right person.
That is correct. Hold on.
And who was our other?
That should be Nihil Halifax. Nihil Halifax in Mage Skill Chat.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Wonderful.
There we go.
This will make things easier. So, all of you will be starting up here. Might as well take the teleport, since there are those in this map. And it's the... right in the middle there, the big one.
Limsa Lumens, Aetherite Plaza.
Aetherite Plaza, yep. That is the one. Alrighty. As you would all arrive, there would be a strange disconnect between what you feel in your heads and what is actually happening. You would feel in this space as if magic barely, if at all, exists, as if it is something fleeting, being tossed and turned and drawn away from the world, while you are feeling that through the effects of magic. It's a strange parallel that doesn't quite display what it actually feels like. You notice that disparity, Nox, as you all begin to move about more freely in this space, becoming more lucid, seen looking around, the city itself bustling, a port of trade, of commerce, of connection between the planes.
Where it started. Figured that would happen. That's where it started.
What started?
Well, everything. They come through here to get anywhere else.
Is this where you're from?
No. Welcome to the end of the Nexus.
For some reason I expected it to look more, I don't know, chaotic in this.
No, just wait and see. For a place that has no magic for anything, they compensate. This place has some wonderful places to visit. Especially if you're hungry. You know, technically, could do that. Ah yes, watch, in our natural habitats we have the Black Dragon Mercenaries. They're essentially the guards here.
Mercenaries act as guards, fair enough.
Ah, there it is. I'm gonna take a pit stop. I'm gonna have to go up the spiral. Essentially, this place, I don't even know how to explain it, it's so in depth. I don't know where to start. There was something called the Triumvirate War. 3 separate sides all fighting. And then something happened and they all ceased firing.
What were they fighting for?
No one knows. All we do know is, well, cataclysm happened and then the ceasefire began. Perhaps it was hubris, perhaps it was greed. I'd say explore to your heart's content, but it's only a replication of what I know, so some paths will get very blurry real quick.
Right.
But not this place. This is my favorite place. I hope you're hungry.
You have no idea.
Yeah.
Wait, can we even feel satiated in a dream?
Well, you're in here.
Of course you can. Just will yourself to feel satiated.
And then
That
wake
being
up
said-
as hungry as I was before.
Let's see.
Yep. The real fun part is tasting the food, though.
This
It can
place
taste
is-
so much more vivid and tasty than
This
real
place
life.
is a maze sometime. I just need to find the terrace. Right, signs.
Did you ever dream much, Red?
This
I'm
brings
sorry,
back
not
a lot
counting
of
nightmares.
Brings back a lot of memories when I think about it.
Hmm.
A lot of memories.
And what kind of a question is that, Halifax? Do you dream? Of course, everyone dreams to one degree or another.
Well, yeah. My follow-up question is going to be how lucid you generally are. Also, Nox.
Excuse me, Garson. I'm looking for one of the restaurants. Thank you.
Right through.
Is this how you looked back then?
Well, yes. This was my clothing, I guess. I'd say that.
And I assume the same of you at some point in the past, Red?
I didn't realize I looked at. Oh, red hair. Yeah, this is where the nickname comes from.
Ah.
It's pretty.
I can smell it already.
I'd always wondered what it would be like. Having the power of lucidity with the sharpness of a relatively conscious mind, and being able to share that with others.
The one that I said at. I think it was this one. to only take a few moments. You get to enjoy my most enjoyed dish from this place.
Oh?
Hmm. What would that be?
That'll spoil it. You gotta wait. We're gonna wait for it to mentally cook.
Fair enough.
As you look around, the tavern is bustling. People come and go, parties are had, wine flows, food is brought out. This place is prosperous. The people seem quite happy with it. You see all manner of dishes come and go from the tables until a large plate is brought out for each of you, containing the legendary substance that Nox is so excited for. A large bowl of spaghetti.
What kind of sauce is this?
The best.
I have never even seen anything like this before.
They don't have spaghetti where you're from.
That's what this is called? No.
Yeah. It's a form of pasta.
Pasta?
Well, I guess.
What plant is that from?
Honestly, I'm not
It is
sure. I
wheat.
don't think it's from a plant.
It is wheat.
Okay, so it is
Some
that.
kind of wheat related.
Yeah. Is this a meat
It's more
sauce?
of a looser dough that is put through a strainer and dropped into liquid. And then it is hardened later down the line to be boiled to lose its hardness, and then it is coated in sauce and meat. Spaghetti.
And you salt it too while you're boiling it. Until it's al dente.
Soon after, a number of platters are brought alongside with various meats, fishes, some shellfish and clams, cheeses, everything that you might need.
And you used to come here often?
Yes. I would actually come here quite often. In between days, I'd come
can see
in and do
why.
my research of the place.
Yes.
Like I said, it's an easy place to rest. One evening in Aether is 4 days here.
Huh.
God, I could.
Because it's at the edge of the Nexus?
Yes, the time disparity is noticeable. And lucky me, because there's no
This place is
magical way to
still-
travel around here.
This place is still here, right?
It's still here. It's not gone.
Let's go sometime.
Of course. I can take you at some point.
Besides, I want to see if they have. One. There's this one dish we had back in Mortmire at one point. It was one of the times we actually had a shipment of fresh food come in, which in the swamps was practically never. But we had some beef come in, and Elsbeth, that was it. One of our crew spoke of some recipe she heard about for stroganoff, beef and mushroom. Simple, herbs together, really easy. But I don't know what she did with that. But it was the most delicious thing I've ever eaten.
A good hot
This isn't
meal
bad, though. This
after.
is- I mean, when you have to live off of curried snails because snails are the only thing which have meat on and that move around, you kind of lose some sense of taste for a while.
Yeah. Gosh, you had it even worse than we did. At least we got rations most of the time.
Oh, we weren't funded most of the time. We had to gather our own, had to gather our own supplies, and we were mostly isolated, so we had to. Any money we did have went toward, silver or holy water or yada yada yada. Do you know how difficult it was to enchant things in my realm? You needed gems. If you didn't have a gem, the enchantment just wouldn't stick.
And let me guess, those little bastards are pricey.
Where aren't they?
Well, if you're ready. The pit stop is now
Yes.
concluded.
Thank you for the meal.
Now remember this place. We'll be back in a little bit. As I come back here later. For
Understood.
now, we're going to rent a carriage. Next up, we go to the excavation site of Magaski. No, wait, no. Athelcy. I always forget Athelcy. Going to Athelcy. The spirit called it ashtray. it'll be fine. We got dream logic.
It took me a while to stop dying from falling in dreams. It's been a while since I've had death after images in those. Used to be so common.
As you walk, falling briefly, approaching, you see the Nexus shimmering, shifting, the space around you changing in accordance with Nox's thoughts, his memories, as the world around you shifts to something altogether different. One
We'll
moment,
take it.
and I will place the map.
It's unfortunate that Lady Eva couldn't see us. She is rather injured, so another day for her. But here we are.
Yeah.
Athelsay.
Yes.
This away. I'll help Jaro. I know where we're starting up here, so I'll help
Members, look at him
Jaro.
go.
Don't look at the water if your eyes hurt easily. Don't look at the water if your eyes hurt easily, fair warning.
Understood.
Oh my.
The world is a little broken, but you know what this will do. Don't look at the water.
Nox changes again.
Server processing.
As Nox shifts, the space around you does as well. For a moment, the shore stone beneath your feet shifts, moves, it ebbs and flows as if it's the tide, as you feel like you're on the ship, until everything stabilizes briefly. As you arrive here on these stone cobbles, outside a seaport city, heavily walled and in a very different climate to what you just were. Something a little cooler. It seems to be potentially a different season to when Nox first visited Acronero.
Welcome to, as my wonderful compatriot Lespire called, Ashtray. But this is Athelsay. Home to the Mercantile Trust. My biggest investor after I pulled my weight with them. So, maybe
And who is this in your memories?
this. Oh, this is also me.
Oh, he's not Alpheus?
A wonderful disguise. I know.
Oh, disguise. Oh, I can
I could cast Alter Self before I got here, so it sticks. The issue here is outwardly
Got a thing
casting.
for elves.
These are appealing.
No, that's not what I mean.
Fair enough.
Right, there's 2 pit stops you can do, one on the left and one around there. Up to you.
Closest first, I guess.
Right? Well, actually, this one's the first. Tavern.
tavern around is much less prosperous than the fine restaurants of Acronero, serving as a more humble locale for merchants, those who serve on shipboard, a simple place to get a meal and a drink, maybe a bed for the night.
What was that one man crazy about again? Wasn't it lemonade? That should be there somewhere. The barmaid always said, "You need to stop asking us to make this stupid lemonade." Remembered it very clearly. I only got the apple cider here, so... There I go. And life gives you lemons. You make a weird drink that some people enjoy, I guess.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
It is rather tart, I must admit.
I like it.
Oddly refreshing.
Of course, then we got the trust guard. There he is. Okay, these are one of the trust guards.
Okay.
I believe once we get to the meeting, you'll be able to see the main man there. Most of the guards here are actually mercenaries. After the Triumvirate War, they kind of lost a lot of their manpower. Right, next
what scale
is...
of government do these places have?
Well, I suppose if you want the answer to that question, I'll set that to run as we walk. You can ask your question to the wind, and if I recall it, it should tell you. You get to enjoy your nice little story time as we walk. Just need to wait for my mind to catch up. Was it here? I think it was further in, right? I think it was further in. No, it was this building. It was this building with Rift. No, it wasn't Rift, it was Twink Piggleson. It was an awful name.
Oh dear.
Sorry for the things they must have endured in school, if they had school.
The drug
They went to
building.
old college. They went through.
Of course, of all places in this place, you could find the drug building. Aphrodisiac and alchemist fire is what he bought here. I remember it as clear as day. As clear as day.
Interesting combination.
I mean, this is a very memorable combination. I remember that too.
Yeah.
I hope they weren't being used in tandem.
Yes. Molds to a flame a bit literally.
Ah, yes, here we are. We're gonna soon come to my escort. I need to find the tree. But yeah, here we are. Go around, go to the tree. Is this the tree or is it? Forget where it is. It's one in the corners. No, it's not this one. If my brain holds pity on me, it'll just cut us to the auction.
Perfecting your swing is hard. Nice shot, Dad. But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Go to safelight.com and we can come to you. Sick. Our highly trained techs can replace your windshield
Here we are.
where you are, even if that's right in your driveway. Have a good day. I love you.
Remember the tree.
So quiet.
Yes.
Looks like the kind of place that you can just go to rest, relax, research after a rough day.
Now
Have
we
a
wait.
view with the sounds of people still close enough by to not feel alone, but... Sorry.
Exactly.
I did spend a long time having that conversation with the spear. And right, I dumbly waved, didn't I? Yeah, I did that. I played an aloof type here.
Hmm.
Talking about how the flowers looked nice.
What was your goal in this place?
Dealing with the people that were wanting Ward dead. For a crime he didn't commit. The supposed theft of 100,000 platinum.
You would think that people would be able to tell pretty quickly if you had that kind of money hidden away.
Oh, you would think. You would think. Right,
So,
now that my
Freya, did you ever
mind
find out
is...
who did it?
Yes. They're dead. But yes, Halifax, if you want to try and ask my head now any questions that I might remember, you can go ahead and ask it. I believe it's listening now.
Sure. I was just curious what scale of nations or nation states we are dealing with in this area versus the last one.
Walking through, the thoughts come to your mind as soon as the questions are spoken, Nox. Remembering the state of what Acronero is, being a independent province, a city-state in its own right, while Athelcy is part of a larger kingdom, more connected, more united. You know, the states of the independent provinces have little differences, minor political spats. They usually come together in times of peace to do trade, and in times of war when there is a large enough threat against them. But Beogburg, the nation that houses Athelcy, has been on the verge of war for a long time with the nations to the south. It is united, strongly.
That answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now this would be the time where we kind of get arrested, but we can just skip past that.
I suppose your disguise didn't work then.
Oh no, it did. It's just we got where we needed to go. The auction wasn't supposed to happen, that's the problem.
I'm guessing if the disguise had failed, or being arrested would be the least of your worries.
Oh yes. The demons destroyed this place. The entire city. No, not even city, the entire world at one point. You can have that bit of lore for free.
Sorry, the entire what? The flux got in the way of that one particular word.
Allow me. For this bit of easy talks, this place, to speak in your heads more clearly, more so the entire, realm, was, had an unfortunate encounter with demons. You can have my head speak the rest for you.
The tales, the legends relating to that affair say that a very long time ago, so far long in the past that it is forgotten just how long it was, there was a conflict, a war between celestial beings and those of a more devilish, hellish nature, those known as the Hellspawn. There are glimpses throughout Nox's mind, this word Hellspawn occurring over and over as multiple people seem to have referred to him as such in these places, those who recognized what he was. Strange for such an old and forgotten legend. Nevertheless, it remains. Something ingrained in the culture.
I guess you had to deal with a lot in that regard.
It was actually rather tame. Then we come to the representative of the trust. You had a rather important assignment for us.
It's good to see you've come. As I was saying, this matter has perturbed us for some time now, and if you truly wish to exonerate this individual, this ward, then the best means by which to do so would be to assist us in our investigations. This financial incident is of no small thing. The sum is upwards of 100,000 platinum pieces. I'm sure you can consider the weight and the importance of this matter. Thus, if you were to assist us in finding culprit responsible and thereby clearing your friend's name, I am certain we'll be able to facilitate better relations in the future.
So I accept. Now, I believe we go to the better part of the city or somewhere adjacent where the vault was.
As he speaks, the place shimmers once again, shifting and changing. The person before you vanishes. The table ceases to exist. Everything blurs for a moment, as if Nox is having some trouble remembering what the place looked like, before it all starts to solidify once again.
That was it. It's been quite a while. Hope you're all enjoying the story so far.
One moment, please.
You enjoying it? Any funny things you want to point out? Any critiques or comments that you enjoyed?
And so far, I'm just curious how Nox got caught up in being the full guy for.
I believe it is the South
I'm
Highway.
curious where this is all
The
going.
menu behind your head.
It's one of these
The
maps.
fast
How do we
travel,
open
there
that?
should be
Oh,
the
there.
South Highway, just above the canyon path.
Sorry, which third?
Wait, hold on. Menu button while right hand is head level.
Yeah, which third of South Highway?
South Highway, just above Canyon Path. Middle list.
Oh, South Cruisin' Highway.
This is where I learned what Silverstone was, actually.
I don't think I've heard of that.
Silverstone? Me either.
I swear I have an encyclopedia here.
Looking around, you see the walls shimmering with a light more than you would expect from normal stone. Not to the degree of marble, but it certainly is something different, as Nox's mind recalls the information that he's gathered, this material mined from one of the central parts of the kingdom. Highly valued for its strength, for its color, It is commonly used in more valuable buildings and fortifications for its ability to resist siege bombardment and also for its natural value.
Fascinating. I believe, where is it? There was the ad. Where was it? There was the Artisan Street. Favorite place. Did I ever go in here? I think I did.
A stark contrast from the lower port, this place appears to be much more wealthy, more of a noble district or section of the city. There are plenty of different shops, from tailors to crafters, and restaurants, everything you might need, and everything that would appeal to the finer things in life.
They were actually quite
Difficult
advanced.
to believe it's even in the same city. Yeah. The construction, the amenities, the quality, all of it.
I didn't actually stay here long, so it's a bit fuzzy here. But they had nice tables. This guy was an asshole.
Good thing.
But now he shall simply be our humble guide. Alright, first, where was... Alright, mine, where was our first stop?
Straight ahead in the plaza, as you walk down the street, being led into the center of the district. Outside, what you recall looked somewhat like a church.
Never went there.
Bearing a symbol. A symbol you recall being told was the third.
Ah, yes, the story. I don't know how much you are for religion, but I learned a lot about this places.
I can respect it as a cultural thing, but I have no love of it myself.
Oh, but they were absolutely real. Here's the story of the, well, 4, but technically 3 brothers. It is a big topic, it might take a second.
You recall the tales so closely intertwined with the Hellspawn, of the 4 celestial beings, gods of this world, were said to have created it, to have maintained it, and then had a falling out amongst themselves, one rebelling against the others. There is talk of war between them, of battles that stretched on for an age, between those who remained loyal, those who betrayed, those Hellspawn, created as a weapon of this war, the first conflict ever to befall these lands.
Oh, I already like this more than some of the religions I've heard. Although it does seem to get a little bit axiomatic toward the end.
No, I actually found physical proof that the story about these deities were real.
Of course.
But that will come later when we get past the... Oh, this was the most boring part. And most stressful. Alright. Wait, I gotta set the time. It was, what was it? It was evening at this point? It was evening at this point. Turn off day and night cycle, turn it to evening. In the menu.
Evening.
Hold on. Okay.
Right, we had to go to a meeting, I believe, to figure out this thief. It was by one of the bridges, I believe.
Your mind recounts the events as if they were yesterday, walking through the streets, down to the right, past some very strange-looking carriage or something of the sort, and into a noble building.
Mind flickers on some of the paths, you must understand. Ah, yes.
Walking through, you remember the
Hold on.
various residences belonging to important, influential people of the city, and the one directly in front, up the stairs, being the house of Lord Selwyn.
We'll give her a second for our mind psyche to reach us.
Yes.
We have all the time in the world here. No rush.
It's nice to have that for once. Aether is so fast-paced. Almost viciously so at times.
Apologies.
No.
No need to worry.
If you want, we can take a break and you ask my brain some more questions, or we can continue on with the story.
We can continue.
Right.
Unless you have any questions.
Well, you always free to
No,
ask
I'm
them.
good so far. Thank you, though.
So we approach the noble House Selwyn's abode.
To walk past, your mind briefly recalls, then heavily represses the strange cart that was outside.
This is nothing.
Entering the room seems barren for a few moments before people start to flicker in and out. Their faces, their clothing, the memory all seems to blur together before each one takes form, as various nobles are arrayed before you, and a couple of servants.
I believe his office was up here. Always polite to knock.
Almost as if, with your mind alone, the door swings open, an unseen hand opening and welcoming you into the quarters of Lord Selwyn. For a time he stands, speaks to you, fully aware of the situation, and asking for your help in the continued investigations. Very few people know of what the Trust is keeping. Very few know how to access where it is, and your job was to find out who and why they might be stealing from them.
Now I see there were a lot of ambitious people here. There was this one.
No.
I hated this noble. He dressed in all blue, the blue hair too. He was trying to convince others to invest in his dyeing product. I honestly thought it was him just because he was so annoying.
Was he prideful or just stupid?
I think stupid. I think both.
I mean, nobles are probably both.
For a time, I think we commandeered the kitchen.
As you reach for the door, someone stumbles out in front of you. You remember the servant who was working here, father of one of the Trust's guards.
Brass cooking pots. You never thought. Apparently conducted a lot better.
This level of opulence seems just... I don't even know what the word for it is. People actually lived like this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Had a lot of pressurized pipes, running water through taps. Really interesting.
We had that. Not in the swamps, obviously, but we had that in my world.
You remember the mechanisms
Likewise.
the sewers, Nox, the system set up for water to be sent through pipes, the pressurized systems, much of it blocking your path as you explored.
Ah, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be so fun. Right, and there was a lot of talking. I believe it all ended when night fell and we heard that scream.
The The door bursts open as if on cue from Nox, the starlit sky visible outside. Someone breaks in saying there's been a murder.
May turn your time to night.
Done.
A body is brought in, rushed by guards of the Trust. They're one of the people, an auditor of the Trust, meant to keep the keys to the vault safe. Usually, there would be no problem if one set of keys were taken, but the others were already missing. Suddenly, time was of the essence, as the thief may well have the keys to open the entirety of the vault.
And so we hurried along.
Shame we can't linger. The stars look like they're beautiful in this part of the world.
Yeah.
They were wonderful. Well, I always did have my idea on how it could be slightly changed. How about this?
Dare I ask
There's
you how
gonna
you
be a
can
scene.
change
There's
the
going to be a scene that comes up, and I'll switch the mood to something that wasn't really there, but it'll be nice, I think, or maybe foreboding. Who knows?
All right.
I did like the color. Right, then we.
Seems interesting.
Yes. Oh, that's too ingrained in my memory. Something's gonna happen. Don't get panicked. It's gonna be down the line, though.
Okay.
It's too ingrained in my memory to avoid, unfortunately.
Got it. Thank you for the warning.
Oh, it's gonna suck. Unless we entered the vault. There was someone that let us in, obviously. One of the gear mechanisms.
Inside, mind conjures the various mechanisms, the various systems that were in here, and immediately the memory of those traps, set up to dissuade any inquisitive souls who made their way down here.
Who wants to go first?
Well,
it's your,
Well, go on, floater.
The perks of dreaming.
Even I
As they
don't
float
fully remember
forwards,
which one I clicked on, so best of
you
luck.
see one of the stones beneath them shift, as if
there
it
it
had been
is.
stepped on. Your mind vividly recalled Triss as she walked through. Some traps activating. There was gas. There was fire in other places. It all melds together. As you step towards the corner, you remember the pots. As you look at them, some break seemingly at the memory. You remember the snake.
The spear snake. That was hilarious. If you come closer, you can brag it's
hilarious
there.
in hindsight, I suppose.
Snake coils around. You remember someone was bitten. You can't recall who. You know it latched onto the spear at one point too.
That. Oh, it's at the next staircase. You're gonna love this. The next staircase. Now the spirit. He's a merchant.
As you walk through, Nox, even your own mind only just recalls it. The lanterns exploding beside you, gouts of fire shooting out.
This is where they stored their money?
Yes, this was on a whole. It's like a walkway that was made to be long with so many traps. But it was these fucking stairs.
Mm.
It was these fucking stairs.
Oh.
On cue, the vivid memory takes form. You see a man dressed all in black as he begins to limp down the stairs, one leg seemingly set in a brace. One of the stairs shifts under him, and another trap is triggered.
And I tried to push him forward, and it triggered another.
As he tumbled down the stairs.
Good times.
I assume these traps would be disabled if you had both keys.
Yes, it was. We thought they would already been disabled if the thief had gotten through here, but then we figured out why they weren't.
They were waiting for you to go through, weren't they?
Now you two go click on that lever.
Gotcha.
There we go.
With the mechanism triggered, then we made our way all the way back.
With the mechanism triggered, you hear the grinding of gears, the rolling of the chain as the gate is open, and your way cleared.
This is where it was very.
The more it all becomes a maze, the worse you remember it getting.
I'm gonna get jump scared by my own brain, I know it. What is it we tried? We tried to stay on the edge of the stonework.
Everyone was wary. Everyone looked out for traps. You remember avoiding a number, but there were a few that got you.
What was this one? I remember. No, it wasn't this one. We got past this one, but we didn't get past that one. Right about here.
Almost on cue. Again, the lantern shatters at the front as a gout of fire springs out.
Yeah, there was a lot of these. Like, a lot of these.
Oh, I suppose that's fitting when you have that much money to throw around. They better not have put in a convenient maintenance store in the back of all of this.
Well, obviously I didn't find it, but of course there has to be. There's always a maintenance panel that you can get to if you know it's there. It's dungeon etiquette. There's always a maintenance panel to turn off traps. Who would put a trap and not know how to get rid of it? And you're coming down here when you belong.
I suppose you had to do this in a hurry, didn't you? So no time to find who constructed the place.
Oh no. Oh no.
They're lucky the thief didn't exploit that.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Okay, maybe I'm not lost. It was this way, right? I think it was this way.
You remember the path forward, Nox. As you remember at one point, there being a red herring. A bit of a decoy. As somebody tried to duke you down one of these halls.
Then there was what happened up here with the rift. Swarm of rats.
Swarm of rats up there.
Just give it a second.
Almost on cue once more, you see the figure climbing to the top of the ladder before something very small at the top causes them to recoil.
Yeah.
Scared of rats?
I think he was just right at his face level. Because he had just got his head over the last rung and it startled him.
Fair enough. Understandable.
I remember this one. I think it was here. It's where I saved Triss, I think. Okay, now this is gonna be a bit of a lesson. We're gonna learn what it's like to cast magic here. And cue the gas.
As you step forward, you think the gas, a cloud seemingly forming around, before it dissipates, your mind reeling slightly. It wasn't here, that was later.
Alright, thank you. I need to keep this right. And this is a story I need to tell. What am I doing? I'm not here. Similar there, though. This is a maze.
This place is a maze, I can't believe
It is a maze. Was it on the left? It was on the left.
Going forth, you remember the twin mechanisms. Or was it only one? As suddenly your mind brings back that gas, as you see someone standing in the center, now slowly being surrounded by it.
Yeah, it was.
In an instant, the spell goes off, and it feels as though sand is being drawn through your veins, as if this very place is doing its utmost to counteract it. The world itself an antithesis to all things magical. It is painful, and for a first outing in these places, it was something completely unknown.
It was awful.
Such a uniquely uncomfortable sensation.
Yes, it was. I was aware of it. I had a whole blueprints, actually, on how to mathematically minimize a miscast. And to focus on angles of trajectory with projectile spells. It was a whole thing. I was also more stiff back then.
Walking along the hall, you remember that direction even now. It was behind you, that was where the pole went. Always that same westerly direction.
Back the way we came.
As you remember, the mechanism was off to the right. Back where you just were. But the magic, that was always pulling to the west.
So, I was thinking of so much that I couldn't properly comprehend it. This is why I had a group of people with me. I wasn't the one that pulled the lever myself, so... Jump over here.
Further along, you remember the snakes, the rats, and oh, so many traps even in this area.
Here it is.
There we are.
The machine. Very similar to a
And as you pull
portcullis.
the lever, you remember the fire. This side, a burst of flame as the lantern detonated once more.
They really love that trap, don't they?
Yes.
Well, of course, if you're going to, order from Trap Makers Inc., you want to order in bulk,
In all honesty, jokes aside, because, well, dungeons are a lot common in Aether to the people. This must have been generations upon generations of people that built this. This is deeply ingrained in, well, Athel's history. It's really prideful when you look at it, actually. All this work they put in. Nobody really thinks about that.
No kidding. Probably cost more gold to build this place than it did to store the money in it.
Well, I mean,
had money in it.
100,000 platinum is 100,000 platinum. Ah, you got that. You saw it.
Country.
Ah, you found it. You found the question that you were gonna answer eventually.
Yeah. My question was something else stored here instead of just money, because this is a lot of proportions to money.
No, just evidence.
Evidence? I suppose you didn't bring up that religion for no reason.
After you.
Stairs. The memory flashes again.
Oh
The spear.
boy.
Complaining endlessly about stairs. And as you step up, you almost seem to be in the same position as the figure that you see as the stone moves. And arrows, slits are loosed from the wall, different bolts fly across the room, trying to impale any who might venture up these stairs.
Classic.
Oh, wait a second. Huh. That's actually... I still had most of my soul here. I made sure it was much stronger. This was before my, injury. I just now recalled it. Huh.
As you round the corner, you remember the scream of frustration from Lespierre.
And it was the buckler at the top.
Stairs. His mortal enemy. More stairs. And more traps along with them.
What's the words it said? Rules of 3? He jinxed himself here, I think. Oh, but here it is. Here it is.
Looking throughout the caged vaults, you see chest upon chest. Massive amounts. Looking through, it looks like a large amount of coin was stored here. But curiously, doesn't look like it would be quite 100,000. In fact, looks more like 30? 40?
Now you see the mistake here. Is we assume what was stolen was coin. Rules of 3s, let's be
Once more,
Rules
the
of 3.
cry of frustration rings out, deafening. As everyone else had already made it to the top when Lespierre was here.
Oh, and it got so worse for him. It got so worse for him.
The traps more dense than ever before. Every step seemed to have another one, as bolts were cast from the wall, the ceiling, everything, to prevent them from reaching this spot.
Watch the spear here.
As you see the figure trying to slowly limp their way up the stairs with leg brace on, something strange happens. An object seems to fly into scene, a buckler that hits him in the face as he is sent tumbling back down the staircase to the bottom. A figure, a construct. as Lespia is brought to the top of the stairs, unceremoniously carried through the traps, a number of injuries sustained along the way. And in front, a small podium, a pedestal. Upon it, there doesn't seem to be any items, but as you look closer, there are traces of dust. It's difficult to tell what may have been taken, but it looks like 3 rectangular objects sat next to each other on this pedestal.
3 ingots of ashen steel.
Ashen steel. And they were locked
What's that?
in with all of this. What is
Well, you see, ashen steel. It's a remnant of that squabble. At least that's my theory. But the evidence I put it to is well there, am I right? Basically, the wording of that story with the 4th brother.
I see.
And what are its properties then, that it's so sought after? Or so valuable, so well protected?
Well, Brain, why don't you tell them?
You remember that blade. You remember the one who carried it. The person who, as you reached the base of the stairs, gave chase as they were running out of the sewers. The chase began, and it led deep, deep back through the traps, this person seemingly avoiding every single one without effort, without even having to try. One moment they were there, the next they were gone. It was very odd, very confusing, what shouldn't be. You ran. One moment they'd disappear down one hallway and then be seen down another. The chase continued all the way back to the surface, every corner becoming more confusing, everything becoming more strange as it went on. Mechanisms were activated as they ran through. Systems and pipes were opened, attempting to flood the locale. It was a mess as you all rushed for the exit. No matter how fast you ran, they were always that little bit ahead. Their lead seemed to shift and grow amorphously. It was so strange for a place with no magic. You burst out into the lower levels of the canal once more. You ran in as close pursuit as you could, until at the top of the stairs you saw them. You saw them surrounded by guards, seemed to be trying to subdue them. As in the blink of an eye, they vanished, only to reappear and cut down one guard before another and another as they seemed to blink and shift between all of them.
And this is where things got weird.
You're kidding.
At least for my
Everything
mind.
becomes a blur.
You may all
All
set
of you see
time
this
to
place
weird
shift.
/ odd. As you see something from Nox's perspective.
Everything becomes distorted.
It's not
Everything
working.
becomes what it
Oh, never mind,
should
it's working.
be. There is a fire in your veins, in your sight. Everything seems to shift and almost melt away as your mind is compromised with what Nox attempted to do that day. As he attempted to polymorph. Though with the horrific effects of this plane, it didn't go entirely according to plan. Even with the power you once had, Nox, your mind seemed to shift as your body did as well. That rage, that fury.
Just like
The
Alice
fight
warned me about.
drew on and on. Many people sustained wounds as this individual seemed to appear and vanish and attack from all over. Until finally, your strength of numbers was enough to put him down. And that blade, dull, dark metal, ashen, that is now held by Lespear. You tried to pick it up. You remember that. You remember the burn across your hand. And yet he was able to take it just fine. Something holy, perhaps?
Sorry, unrelated note, that does remind me.
Yeah?
When Stern tried to strike Desmond with her blade, he seemed to have some sort of, not full control, but influence over it.
Oh, fuck, I just realized that was the Chaos Crystal, which... That was pure Chaos Crystal, which she acquired somehow.
Yes, Stern's new blade. That's why
You may want to ask
Something
someone
strange,
about the person who made it.
You see Nox leap over the edge, falling into the canals below, as figures rush to his aid. His body transforming back, being carried by the current before he is dragged bit by bit back along. Back to the safety of the canal's edge.
They're gonna feel his pain when his shield was off.
In that moment, the shield fails, that oh so important factor that Nox seems to have active at all times. That agony rippling through as the plane was able to interface with him, as it was able to take of his energy. That feeling of sand in the vein becoming a nightmare rippling through the entire body, through the mana circuits, as if it is trying to grind away at the soul. Before finally subsiding, as Nox is returned to his safe and protected form.
I don't usually feel pain in my dreams. Never mind excruciating pain.
It was rather vivid. Apologies.
No worries. No worries.
At least the sky got better from here. Back to night.
Yeah.
Looking around, the sky and the buildings, the space around you returns to a beautiful and peaceful normal. Everything shifts slightly more, events flashing by, returning the body to those who had charged him to find the thief, speaking with the keeper of the trust, receiving letters, commendations, and forming a working alliance with that faction here.
If we were to stay here the rest of the night, would be talks with the representative and be getting access to specific places. But then, this led us on to the next stage. The excavation site of Magaski.
For all
What
the
led you
time
there,
that
then?
was spent here and in Acronero, there were so many libraries, so many books and scrolls and different documents, all of them subtly pointing to a single locale, a single name that seems to have almost mythical status, that of Magazgi. And that phrase you can never forget.
No one survived
Magazgi.
No one survived Magaski. Nobody. No one survived Magaski.
Alright, that's interesting.
As you step into the city, the most apparent thing about it all is the technology. A place without magic that is focused solely on the advancement of what its people can create. You see the most epic construction that they have made, that giant dome around the entire city.
Finally, some people who actually understand the potency of magic and maybe magitech, even if they don't call it
Now,
that.
you're probably wondering, Nox, why did the city have a globe over it?
Yeah.
Any second now.
As he says that, you hear what sounds like thunder. All the people around the city seem to pay it no mind as it crashes and booms around you, as you see pieces of rubble seemingly striking the dome above before sliding away to the ground outside the city. Some children point and laugh before going back to playing in the streets.
Okay,
And as you walk towards the edge, towards the railings, you see a vast crater, a vast hole bored into the center of where this city lies. So vast, so expansive, it doesn't look like it was constructed. It looks like it was there.
This is why they built a city in such a dangerous location. They had to put a giant dome on top of it, I suppose. Because of the significance of whatever's down there.
Whatever's there.
Where is the
Glancing around,
library?
the buildings have been constructed seemingly at random, though the main focus is the structure in the center of the hall. As you look around, admiring the buildings, admiring the dome, you could swear you see a faint glimpse of something in the sky above, like a speck or dark cloud far, far into the sky.
My estimation was 15 miles.
15 miles?
50 miles.
15 miles what? Away or in size or...
That. That speck.
Right, that's what I'm asking about.
Well,
What was it?
it's Mageski. Alright, where's the library? That's where I set up my ingenious idea.
Main library, being on the upper level, as you glance at the building on your left past the waterfall.
There it is. I had an ingenious idea. Because this place did not have etheric vessels. I decided to make an equivalent. We show them how to.
Okay.
There was only one person crazy enough to take me where we needed to go.
Even as he speaks, you see the image forming before you, that of a mad old, you would guess ship's captain perhaps, drunk and well beyond any crazy schemes that might be concocted, as he willingly sets in to pilot a hot air balloon.
There was 6 people, 7 including that man, squished together. Someone got very unlucky. There was so much turbulence they lost a mana potion, I think. It was lucky if anyone brought anything up there and it survived impact.
You know, in my world, they had concepts for vessels like these.
Hmm.
No one ever
Walking
returned from them.
forwards, the earth begins to shudder beneath you, much of it falling away as you feel like you are in the sky.
Remind me at some
Along
point,
beside the balloon.
Red. I need to take you to the Tower of Ingenious at some point. That is...
Where exactly is
Tower.
That is at the capital. The tower of all the engineers and bright minds.
I'm curious what.
I would love to get my hands on that.
They fancied Lind.
Likewise.
They fancy Lind a lot. But I won't bore you with this walk. We're here for what's up there.
By the way, real quick, may I ask what prompted this whole dream journey to begin with you two?
She asked. Well, they asked. They got curious.
How did you know to ask?
What was it specifically? Was it Cataclysm?
Called
wasn't it?
the
That was what was mentioned.
Cataclysm. We're gonna get there.
Cataclysm?
Cataclysm is a
I'm
few
curious
jaunts
too.
away.
Where did you learn of that? Friggin' malfunctions.
Welcome to your pitch stop. It was so big, in fact. Once we got on, we had to take a boat in.
I remember arriving. The city itself, or what was left of it up here, a rotting carcass of what it once was. Rubble frequently fell onto the city below, as if whatever was maintaining this thing in orbit was gradually fading over time.
Who's here
Over
with
time, you weren't sure how long. As the image of Triss, Spear, and a few others pops to mind.
Can't recall if Astria was here or not.
You recall that if Astria had been here, things probably would have been a bit more dysfunctional.
Astria,
Well,
bless
you
her
do
soul.
remember looking around for traps, searching this place for any remnant of what might once have been.
This place
One
hid a
moment,
lot
please.
behind the surface. Ready?
Ready.
This place hid a lot past the surface. That you can only tell with the decay of time.
Says that, you hear a strange creaking noise, like metal grinding, echoing throughout the entire space. His words seem to make parts of the wall fall away, revealing large gears and mechanisms all set into the stone around.
I adore how this looks.
Now you see, you'll see it later down the line, but this whole place was near pneumatic. Using air and water pressure. To the city, it could almost rotate in rings. Like a gyroscope.
That sounds
It was ingenious and perfect.
Impressive.
It was beautiful.
Ascending the stairs, you remember that figure, multiple figures, set around the catwalk, set around the edges of this space, all standing proud as statues, made of metal.
Oh, albeit truthfully,
Okay, we're good.
as this is unfortunately where my heritage did not do me the best.
holy energies around here, I assume.
Oh no. You'll see if one of them appears. I'm sure one of them will. It was very dark. Fun fact. Anything racial about you also doesn't seem to function here. I didn't have dark vision. So it was dark. But I tried the best to recreate what I think it was. So, it seemed to squint, unfortunately. Giant gear in the wall. 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 All made out of
A
some
fair bit of redundancy.
blue metal.
Gears exposed. Parts of the place seemed to shift beneath you as you progressed further, that creaking and groaning ever present within the walls and the metal around you.
Ah, so it brings back so many memories. Brings back so many memories I'd rather forget, but fool me once, fool me twice. I should have remembered basic dungeon training.
Dare I ask? Oh.
I see what you mean.
We're lucky this one was turned off. You see, these were golems of the city. They were very intricate in their design. If you want, you can get a closer look. And you would be
Did you ever figure out how they
appreciative.
worked internally?
You would see the wear and tear of ages having passed as these metallic sentinels stood guard, as the city slowly died around them.
Would you like to get a better look? I can have it take a knee for you. They're rather ornate. If you would, Sentinel of Mageski.
Looking around, you'd see the forms shimmer, changing slightly, the various kinds that you recall from the city. Some not even from this place, but from beneath Acronero.
this is when I started. This was recent memory, actually. Some of these, some Warforged were from another place, so this shows that there was a connection between these two places in the past. The only difference is these Sentinels did not have a source of power. They eventually decayed, but not rusted. They were so magically advanced, they simply tarnished. No rust. They simply lost their shine.
Was that magical in nature, or was that just some kind of impressive alloy?
I think both.
Something truly.
I think both.
On the scale these people built at, I can believe it.
How squeamish are you with bodies? I should ask this ahead of time.
Sorry, flies?
Not
Bodies.
very.
Oh, bodies. No, that's fine.
Not much anymore.
Alright. We'll see how long that
The
lasts.
large courtyard. You remember the towers that are around the
Right,
damaged
right.
walls. Different theories being bounced
That
around one another.
I theorized that at some point there was some sort of siege on this place.
Right.
I didn't realize that
Plausible.
wasn't exactly the case, unfortunately. This was all self-inflicted.
Self-inflicted. What, some kind of civil war?
Nobody survived Magaski. Because nobody was meant to.
Ominous.
You'll
Oh,
understand.
it's Clockwork City almost. If it was.
With the turning of the gears, everything shudders once more, that metallic scraping seemingly louder than ever before, as different noises reach your ears, pings, and other strange noises. As up ahead you hear ka-tum, ka-tum, ka-tum.
There is maybe a slight bias here, but there was... No, I hate a bit to say that. Enjoy this sight, though. Have a look over the railing. You can see below.
Looking over, you see through the water, through even the floor. Stepping around the pillar in front, the view was the best your memory knocks, as you could see far, far down, through the cloud, down towards the city below. Everything beneath suspended in midair.
It was all held up like some sort of net. Here's where the sentinels were.
On cue, lines begin to be drawn, taking the shape of various automatons marching back and forth through the ruined hall in front of you. Patrolling, recently activated by the door being opened.
They were rather simple in the designs. Straight lines, don't deviate.
Odd for such an advanced place.
You would be right.
Why?
Looking up, you see the rune carved into the wall, that same one you remember from the entryway. That thing that appeared throughout your research, that point of study. Something more than that.
I believe.
More than just a mark of those who own this place, but some sort of protection as well.
I wonder when we're going to see the warmonger. This should be close by, I think.
You remember
Funny to believe there's
vividly
two of those now.
the increase in the mechanisms, the complexity growing, and the order that became so important to their activation.
So left first, right?
And yet in your mind, it all melds together perfectly.
Right. You see, it was very important to get these right. Because they were pneumatic and hydro-based. Wrong order and...
So you could break the system if you didn't.
We're gonna get into the guts of Mageski here, and I think, in this door.
Figuratively or literally?
Figuratively.
Figuratively or literally?
Technically both. Not organic guts, but... over there.
Yep.
Fucking order,
Looking around
dear
the room,
God.
There are more and more mechanisms, some seeming to contain buckets and chains, lifting systems,
Was this
to pull water
first?
up and around. This place grew more and more complex the deeper you went in.
Right, lucky that
And
was
you remember the
first.
patrols. More and more and more of them. That metallic giant that roamed these halls.
And this is when I learned that they could sense me. Or what I was. They got very close. Like I said, there was a big outing with demons here. Or hellspawn. But no, these ones were big, yes. But there was one, well, two technically, two of them that did scare me really badly. One that technically is still moving to this day in here, all by itself.
Good to know.
I hope it doesn't hold a grudge.
Oh wait, we passed the stairs. Hang on. Well, I now know there's two of them in these lands of the same make. One is actually under Acronero, where we were. Because eventually we had to figure out why that Nexus was still powered. But that's for later. Right. Yes, these are the pulleys that would pull water. And put pressure into the system. The pipes would shift and change. I get so anxious when I pull these. Is this next?
With each one that is pulled, the order seems to shift, change, ordering itself in your own mind.
It would have been much easier if it was which ones we found the first. It would have been much easier that way. How many did we get? How many more? Like this one over there.
There's one by the door.
And... right. But yes, imagine this. This took almost a whole hour getting through this room.
I believe it.
Yeah.
She said nobody was meant to survive. Why? Why would they have built this whole place just for that?
Someone tried to do something they shouldn't have. Here's a bit of tidbit you can have when we walk. Topic of Triaris. That should keep us busy for a while. Triaris was the main reason I came here.
That name that came up endlessly. In every piece of history, in every book, every scroll, every journal. Triarius. One of the few survivors of Hull. Whatever that name meant at the time. The one credited with founding the independent provinces, the one who founded Acronero and Magazgi. Allegedly a mage beyond compare in his age. having survived the events of the Cataclysm, being one of perhaps 7 to do so, and creating all that you see around you. His legend cannot be overstated. And yet, there was so much more to it than just that. The stories blurring, the evidence disputing what you've heard, everything seemed like some illusion, as if it was meant to draw attention away from something else. This man who founded cities, who was the greatest of his time, and yet around him it was only ruin. A cataclysm left in his wake, these cities crumbling ruins, and magic dead to the world.
Bizarre.
And yet he wrote journals. He wrote many treatises and theories, even one about returning magic onto the world. Something about this ashen steel, these ashen blades, having a key part to play in that process.
After you.
As you walk forwards, you would see once more that figure of the spear, the memory forming so clearly as he walked across the threshold, walking through the room, leading the charge, as something massive pounded on the door behind, something in close pursuit, trying to follow you all. And as the figure steps into the center of the circle, a field appears around, something almost entirely composed of force. The crystals around the corners of the room alighting for one final time, perhaps the first time in millennia, as he was trapped with that creature beating down the door behind. One by one, shots from a flintlock ring out. Shots from a bow as well, and one crystal being pried out of its casing with the sword. One by one, they are disabled. The field falling, freeing Lespia, right as the moment the creature bursts through the door. The last possible second. You stand there, catching a breath for a moment before rushing forwards to escape whatever might be pursuing you.
She had a very difficult time here.
Oh, she was...
And then it happened.
Oh,
that moment where everyone
Oh.
froze.
It happened again. It happened again.
You remember to this day, Nox, that gasp from Dimitri.
Jesus.
Pure shock, pure horror in what you were witnessing.
It happened again. Right. But then it didn't move. Luckily, it didn't move. Seemed at some point it was deactivated, and we took that rather well, and we all went on our way. But it seems we need to wait for a red here. This place held
As
a
they
lot of interesting secrets.
You remember Lespia sketching images of the beast. You remember a few people looking it over. And you remember that deafening crash as you began to leave, only to look back and find no trace of the massive automaton.
We would soon learn that it had, fallen through the city. It's probably wandering at the bottom somewhere.
Not through the
I was
barrier.
about to ask if it fell all the way.
On the safety net. But yes, I had she here with me. This was when she had her new shell. She was trying her best to help while on the ground, because I didn't want to risk her. She was, puppeting her other shell. She can do that. But there was such delay between what she did at the bottom and the top, it was very difficult for her to properly help. It was rather aggravating for her. Now we take a psyche break for Reddit.
Yeah,
Got any questions, student?
What exactly brought you all here?
The hope to fix things.
Surely not to fix this entire place.
Oh, but I was naive, and I still am. I seek to fix this world and bring back magic, and I've done that. A step towards it.
I admire your enthusiasm for it, truly.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, it's brand new. We're locking in low prices.
Still. So how did this cataclysm come up in conversation as well?
I was bringing up how I was successful in my doings here. And well, it came up, because that's what I'm fixing. And Red grew curious of it, and asked to see it. Or I gave them the choice if they wanted to see it.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Red.
Yes, we can hear you. Hi.
I need 5 minutes to fix something.
Not a problem.
This is the worst time for this to have happened.
You're good. This actually gives me time to charge my stuff.
Okay.
But yes, now this is your time to pick my mind about anything. Because I got a lot in here I've been wanting to share. Spent a lot of time and effort here. A lot of time and effort.
I feel like I know so little that I'm not entirely sure what to ask, so by all means, anything you want to share, go for it.
I guess we can talk about overall the notes I took on the thematics here. More of a mundane topic, but it's still a marvel to behold.
The scale of it, too, is just insane.
The rotating city in the sky.
Is it the same as that place we were before, or no? I'm a little confused on that part.
It rose from the sky when, well, you'll see what happened. However, that hole is where it used to be, simply put.
Ah. They built it on the ground and rose it up from there.
No. It rose from the ground. People found the hole and built in it.
Sorry, this place we're in now, the memory of now, rose from the ground, to be clear?
Yes, where we are now, it used to be down there. This is old Megaski. Down there is new Megaski.
Gotcha.
This is... Right. This is actually the second place with a Nexus. There were two.
What's
I was
the first?
told where we first were. Acronero, the port town. I was always
I
told...
remember it faintly, Nox. Less so a nexus in this place, but more a large teleportation circle. Very large.
I was confused for a Nexus, at least. Little did I know. Little did I know. There was a lot I had to learn.
But I had to adapt.
Was all this before or after your time at the college?
This is after. This is but maybe at the most 2 months ago.
Okay. And the stuff with the trust, how did that all lead up to this, or was it not related?
My time in the college was not related to this. It's just something when I arrived in Aether.
I see.
Albeit, well, look what you've done. You're bringing up those memories. I can't stop it now. Yeah, you get the personal story of my life. My time in the Red Wall building. All those days. Red Wall Overwatch 1 to 8. I was...
To give a quick update, my headset is completely unusable right now, so I'll be rejoining a desktop in just a moment.
Of course, take your time.
Oh, good.
But yes, I was a part of the college Magi. I technically graduated. To their eyes, I am a full Magi who passed the casualty rate. Then I took some extra classes. Stayed a bit longer. The Battle Mage Initiative. Well, back in the day, that was a name to behold. To those who know the name, they would be quite scared. But of course, due to my weaknesses, even though I had adapted to them, they failed me. Said I failed. Unfortunately, you don't take that initiative and don't get so close after learning things and fail. So, I was quite panicked at the time.
Understandably.
So, when I had seen there was apparently, on one of the TAC boards, there was this place called the Dominion. We're taking in mages. A real life experience. I took up the offer. It became a desk job. Scribe. Noting things down. Sending out missives. I learned so many things without seeing people. Runes and glyphs spread across the public areas of the island. If it was near the building, I definitely saw it. It's like reading and writing your own storybook, and you see the heroes, but they don't see you. But you know they're real. There's stories written about them. You wrote them. That's what it was like. I sat in my building and watched the days go by. Kept track of things that have happened.
Chronicled it from afar.
Yes. Chronicled it. Chronicled the, events of Aether, I guess. I feel like there's a joke to be made about Aether Chronicles, but man, it's going over my head.
Don't make it. Don't do it.
Right. But eventually...
I'll be with you shortly.
Yeah. Eventually, time goes on. I watch Red Wall change. I watch Aether change. I watch people turn their back against us. And it got worse.
Us being the Dominion?
Yes, apologies. Bit of a somber tone.
No worries.
I believe I talked about this. Well, this vented topic. It's all their fault.
It's startling just how much misinformation flows about that group. So many conflicting views.
Just for a better tomorrow. I still believe that.
Hmm.
You just had to fuck it up. For all of us.
Hmm.
He was a good man. Eventually, though, there was a place we went on orders of Ward to search for something. That's when we encountered that greater elemental of fire. That incident happened. This one's actually a good memory that my brain can relay. It was rather active during that. I
No,
lost
go ahead, memory.
myself. Yes. Memory me. Death Knights, or... Yes, Death Knights. Creations of undead to serve a purpose. There were a lot of them, protecting the place, warding it away. Gems in their helmets that kept them there, animated. Further and further down, there was this pulse of something. Didn't know what it was. Until, well, it was undead. We cleared out. It was the day I killed a lich. The day I blew out its phylactery. Used my spell. Hello, Red. Apologies. We're having a short story time, I guess.
Apparently that's what happens when you wake up.
Yes.
One moment, please. I need to adjust something on my end as well.
Of course, take your time. I'm happy you're simply indulging in my styles. I don't get the time to tell them often.
So, I have a question, although it might come up later.
Of course.
Before, you mentioned something about restoring magic.
Yes, that is what I did 2 days ago. Now, that is a rather recent event. Well, you see, I stabilized Neko. Simply put.
There we go. Okay.
I don't have it yet.
Now I'm getting audio from you, both of you.
Right back to the story. After that, we had gone deeper in and we found what seemed to be an actual Death Knight that was still alive. It attacked us. We fought back. It was strong. It was empowered with demonic influence. Little did we know. One of us had struck in the runic plate that was across its chest and it cracked. And out came something giant. A great fire elemental. We had to run. But as we ran, there were more of these Death Knights, these paladins. I remember a lot of pain. Got blurry. Holy poisoning. What a way to go. I remember the bridge. I was sat down at one of the corners. Eventually, I closed my eyes and, well, I don't know how long it passed there, but I was having a great conversation with someone for a good while before I woke up. Seemingly no time had passed. Make a comment of, is there something behind you, Nox? Not always active, but I have someone watching over me. Don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. Don't know how that's supposed to work.
I could see some explosion-looking things just then, but now I don't see anything.
I can't say I see anything either.
Then perhaps. Well, they are quite powerful. I don't know if they'd want to show themselves unless you got their permission. They are my grandfather. Well, great, etc., etc., etc.
Oh, on the infernal side.
Yep, I have a relative.
You have infernal blood. Alright.
Infernal heritage of a tiefling. Knew I thought it was just, well, I didn't fully know what that entailed. Having infernal heritage. I just said, hey, you're from a hotter climate. Hey, you can help, you're good with fire. But no. Apparently there's much more than that. So much more.
Was this discussed?
Never. Congratulations, you're learning about it now.
Oh, okay.
You sent my memory down this loop, and I couldn't stop it, so now you're seeing it.
Fair enough.
But, I guess I can describe it to you, unless my mind said no. Sorry, Pops. Imagine. Grand purple figure. 3 times my size, 3 times my width. Horns and wings. Massive. And scattered across its 4 more eyes. Watching and judging. I know not their name. But they saved me. I'm thankful. And grateful. They visit from time to time. Appreciate talks more. Nah. Probably busy. Being an adult demon. However long that takes. That's when the Infernal Engine was made. That's when I saw them for the first time.
Alright.
Apparently I'd been through so much, I just said hi. Had to say hi. The first time I'd seen them since that talk. And then, well, 2 days go by. I help Kai take back his home from the Daedra. More time goes by. I help my people. Well, I helped a lot of people, I think. Alright, let's continue on with our adventure, shall we?
Ready.
Enough about my sad life. Now we get back to the fun story of this place. However, this section requires different theming. It was much more violent, unfortunately. But some people, spare, found some humor in it. Is this it? So dark. There's more stairs. Once again, he whined all the hell and back. At the stairs.
More and more patrols, all walking the halls, seemingly still dutiful in their dead city.
And here we come. Taking the sights, like we did. I want to see what you see first.
The giant chandelier.
And the circle underneath.
Look a bit closer at the
Those
chandelier.
rooms.
Look a little bit closer.
About. You look through the room, the massive circle within a circle within a circle in the center, runes engraved all throughout. But as those words to look closer into the chandelier reach your mind, you see a shape taking form there, almost like a body wrapped up in the metalwork.
We'll get to that in a second. Now you see, I asked this question if you were squeamish with bodies. Specifically in great volume.
As you reach the edge of the water, you see throughout hundreds, maybe thousands of corpses, littering this grand trench around the room.
They were all batteries. Every single one of them.
Batteries?
Well, of course.
Just drained of...
Drained of life. I mean, Aether's powered by souls. Kind of.
I suppose I was
This is
wondering-
where Lespire made his fucking steak. Out of all the times he could have.
Before your very eyes, a small stove is set up atop a campfire. It's lit, and Lespire sits before it, beginning to cook something, seasoning it, pulling out all the stops. Meanwhile, in the background, you hear shouting. Coming from the direction that you see Nox now. As you see something large, with strange shape. Something that seems almost like a cube with arms and legs. As a chest leaps forth, locking its jaws around Nox's arm. A mimic.
Basic
Amid
dungeon
all this
etiquette.
treasure.
Now you see, even if it seems simple enough, this mimic told a lot about this place. It was starved of magic. It was a magical creature that's survived. It had to be killed, of course, put down. However, it was a remnant before. Eventually we scavenged through all these chests, and we got these funny stones. Shattered pieces of tablet that would soon be put to this if someone didn't decide to fuck around and shoot an arrow at the body.
On cue, something slams into the floor. You see that figure, something trailing from it as it crashes into the ground. The blade sinks deep into Nox, and as the figure fades, you see it reappear throughout the room, locked in different scenes of battle with Nox. Time and time again, blows are struck, until finally, at the water's edge, the final blow brings the creature down. but not before that large blade is hurled, embedding itself into Nox's shoulder once more. Looking him over, he has deep cuts, electrical scarring, and burns across his body.
This was my introduction to mage killers.
That explains.
Those lovely parts did not get wasted whatsoever.
Used to upgrade she.
Upgraded, she.
How did you beat this thing?
Numbers. And well, an old trick that seemed to work the second time, luckily enough.
Yeah.
A form of ink and paint. Remembrance
Nox,
to
looking around the room, something happens. Something that's foreign to your own mind. Foreign to your own memories. As if witnessing a memory here that wasn't even yours. As you feel something slightly familiar. The crystal you so recently lost, as if it is still emanating about you, as if you still have it. Seeing and hearing things you never originally saw here. As a familiar figure is seen, shouting something in a language you don't understand, as you see the fully functional Mage Hunter.
This is new.
How is this?
How can
This isn't a memory?
something new? It's a dream.
I had something that allowed me to interact with the echoes. I lost it recently. On a technicality, I would have it here. I'd have that insight if I was back there. And thus, my friends, that is how our wonderful mage killer ended up there. Put up quite the fight. He thought he'd kill it, but it got right back up.
Jeez.
That man is the last survivor of Hall. Last mage before the cataclysm. All his glory. I now see his strength. Interesting.
As the
I wonder
image
what else.
fades, it doesn't do so organically. It scribes upon the floor, enacting some of these runes as the circle fires. For what you remember would have been the second time. And as he vanishes, the room shakes violently as pillars crumble and rock falls from the ceiling and the walls. As this city is lifted into the sky.
Nobody survived Magaske. This man was following who I thought would be my hero, Mistrayaris. He managed to escape.
The way you say that, the one who you thought would be your hero is must have been hard.
I was close to him, but he was currently predisposed, we can say.
And as you stand upon the circle, everything shudders once more, not quite as violently as before, as with, if I remember correctly, a 58 out
On
of
a DC 50 Arcanum check.
the circle fired for the third and final time, as you did the impossible, and were shunted back to where it all began.
Chronomancy.
Shunted to the end of the world. This is where we get a peek, the very fringes of what our topic was, Red. The fractile shoreline. The very edge of it all.
So this is the very edge of where magic
Cataclysm.
works and where it doesn't.
Very edge of the cataclysm. Few miles out from ground zero. Take it in. Absolute destruction.
We know of a few who survived the cataclysm, but I suppose the obvious question is, what was the real cause?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I've yet to learn what caused it. Well, perhaps, with this little trick I now know I have, perhaps I'm going to get more insight.
Dumb question.
Yes.
This cataclysm, it has to do with the memory of the place we were just at?
No. This was where it all started. Magaski came after the cataclysm.
One of the survivors from the cataclysm, right?
The survivors of all mages that survived before. I never saw this, actually. What is this? Never saw this painting. Woke up on the beach. Huh.
What even... We don't know what the cataclysm was, though?
No. Magic simply stopped or drained. Interesting. What I did learn was to fight greed. Whatever happened here, there is so much ash and steel under those waves. So much.
Ah, there we go.
A tiny amount of it is incredibly potent.
However, there's obvious reasons not to go in the water.
Also,
This-
apologies. My mind finished connecting the dots. I'm following along now.
Yes. I do believe that this is where the Triumvirate War ended.
Kind of hard to continue after something of this devastation.
Yes.
The biggest thing I look to is that
That tower
ever
in the
distant spiraling tower. I always hypothesized that whatever happened was all the way deeper into that ocean, that sea. There are things that don't even seem like they're still there. Fractiles. So many fractiles. So many fractiles. a moment in time. I would learn the cost of greed here, not by my own hands. And we would meet an interesting face. I still do not know who they are to this day. So many ships scattered, torn apart. So many things I didn't see. What was I supposed to do? Explore? Then there was that stone. Well, perhaps this is a second chance for me to explore this place in my own head. How much I saw, I never got the chance to see. Deep into the wakes of the water. But obviously our eyes are drawn to a point of interest in front of us.
It is quite distinctive.
Yes.
Yeah.
One thing with color. So even that seemed to have been drained from this place. That.
Lone pillar.
That is greed. The consequences of such.
Greed?
Yes. Consequences of touching something you shouldn't have.
I presume that's... yeah, no, that is literal.
Don't know who this was. Not at all. There was a person here. Just minding their own business. Like they belonged. I felt like, in a way, they were like me. Some sort of entity. Not a human by any means. It's a boathouse. I really saw this. Can't believe I'm getting sidetracked in my own mind.
With a natural 20 knocks, that crystal, that thrum begins to permeate your mind once more, as you have a choice to learn more about what you see around you and out towards the waves, or more about that individual.
Knowledge is always, when it comes to a choice, the hardest thing to figure out. What you want to learn, how you wish to grow. Seems it taunts me even now. You are my peers, and my student. Would you mind lending me your aid here? I'm given the option. Learn more about this place. Or have that person. That survivor, the last one. What do you think? Your best judgment of it. If I were to choose what to learn.
Let's think about this real quick. So what are the The chances are... What are the chances that they're a random person?
By no means they're a random person.
Hmm.
By the one I talk of, I mean, well, that person. The one that slew the Forged, of course.
I'm sorry?
The one from Mageski, Halifax.
Ah, okay.
That mage from before this.
Well, you don't have enough information to track down that mage, I would say. Whereas the Cataclysm, as tempting as it would be to find out more of how it occurred, it's such a vast event that evidence must be scattered everywhere. Should you find the right leads. Whereas that mage, I don't think you have any other leads, so...
Well, you see, that was later in the story, but we came to some sort of deal and we'd found him. He was going to help us place the world back together. Though he's still an enigma to my mind, yet he taught me some fancy tricks. Sparks. So it is conflicting what to choose. But...
Well, back to your own question then, how do you wish to grow?
As you look around Nox, a third option comes to mind. Of greed and the one who guarded it. Either more of Valamar, more of this unknown creature, or more of the Cataclysm.
You hear my thoughts rise. They're free to you. You hear the choices put before me.
Do we know... Well, what do we know about greed in this case?
Next to nothing. That thing is an enigma.
Seems like the obvious choice to me. What about you two? What do you think?
Well, if it's something we know almost nothing about, then that would be what I'd pick.
And I agree with you on that. This mind needs to be put back on track.
Getting lost in your own mind, though, and sidetracked. I know what that's like.
At least I am sidetracked with friends by my side.
Yes.
Show me the greed of this world. The one who garners it. That is my answer, Echo.
As you step forwards, you see that figure arriving at this locale, seemingly having traveled across the islands to reach it. They are not by any means human. In fact, they look very much how you remember them when you left. The horns, the claws, the fangs. If anything, you describe them as devilish. Their skin faintly alight still. But they don't seem to be here for the purpose of greed or to take. You see them drop in the sand. And silently, no sound in the memory, just the vision of what you see, they writhe and they scream, clawing at their own head, as if they're trying to get something out